Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the July 2025 edition of the Muskoka Lakes Township Planning Committee meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 9 o'clock. Confirm that we have all of our members present. We also have CAO, Deputy Clerk, Director of Development Services and Environmental Sustainability, and other senior staff members. The agenda was published as normally through the township email. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. And by participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. We have no supplementary agenda. And committee, do we have anybody with pecuniary interests? Plethora. All right. Councillor Mazin.
Thank you. And through you, I will be recusing from item 7D2, the Beaumaris Land Company Limited. It's a direct pecuniary interest, as I was part of the group that purchased that particular property and a member of the Beaumaris Yacht Club.
Councillor Burry.
Thank you. And through you, I will be recusing myself from 14A and the unfinished business. The island is directly adjacent to my property, and they actually park on the road that I am the treasurer of.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, I will be recusing on item 5B, which is a presentation from the Friends of Muskoka Watershed, and also from 15C, which I believe is new business to consider a request that the watershed might be making, because I am the vice chair of the board of that group.
Thank you very much. All right. Nothing else I need to tell you here. Our first item on the agenda today, we actually have three interesting items related to water quality. And the first one is Rebecca Willison from the Environmental Planning Policy and Programs Coordinator at the District of Muskoka. So welcome.
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm happy to be able to come and talk to you a little bit about the District of Muskoka's Lake System Health Recreational Water Quality Monitoring Program, highlighting some of the results from our 2024 program and letting you know not really what we have on tap for 2025, but what we've actually been doing in 2025 since we're so kind of late to the game right now. As mentioned, I'm Environmental Planning Policy and Program Coordinator for the District of Muskoka. Thank you. So just to sort of set a bit of context, I like to use this infographic that we put in one of the Discover Muskoka magazines a couple of years ago, because I think it highlights the importance of water to Muskoka. A lot of our programs are water specific as opposed to land, and I think a lot of people wonder why, but when you think of it in the context of what happens on the land impacts the water as well, especially when you consider that no matter where you are in Muskoka, you're never more than 1 kilometer away from a water body of some sort, a water course. So what we do on land really does impact the water. And so by measuring and monitoring the water, we can get an idea of how land policy is working and make adjustments to it as necessary. We do have a lot of shoreline. The one on here is we have 6,780 kilometers of shoreline in Muskoka. And to put that into context, that is almost as long as the Trans-Canada highway that goes from Newfoundland out to Victoria. So we do have a lot of shoreline to manage in Muskoka. And as I mentioned, the land, you're never far from water. So it is very important. We do have 17 river systems. We have about 680 lakes over 8 hectares in size just within the district. And then, of course, we have many much smaller areas that are associated with water as well. Next slide, please. So because water is so important, the district did create the Muskoka Water Strategy in, I believe it was around 2005. We are currently reviewing the strategy and making updates to make it a little bit more current. But for the last 20 years, the different components of the strategy have included the Lake System Health Water Quality Monitoring Program, communications, community involvement initiatives, support for the Watershed Council, and support and participation in other watershed initiatives as well. Things like integrated watershed management or research projects that may be there specifically. Next slide, please. So the Lake System Health Program is the one I'm here to focus on today. The district has been monitoring water quality for 45 years now. I believe the first year they started was 1980, 1981. So we have been doing it for quite a while. We do have quite a good data set. The program has changed over time. As you can imagine, we're not doing things the same way now that we were 45 years ago. But it actually has been pretty consistent for the last 22 years. So about 2003, we started doing a bit more standardization in terms of what lakes we monitor, how often we monitor them, and what we monitor them for. So we do have a really good consistent data set for the last 22 years. And the purpose of our monitoring program is to establish the long-term record of data for the lake so that we can make appropriate management decisions over time. It's to feed into the policy, but also find out how well the policy is working for us. Next slide, please. So the different components of the program include the water quality monitoring, which is what the bulk of the talk today is going to be about. We also do the biological monitoring, and that's the bugs in the mud, if people are familiar with that. We do occasionally do invasive species when we have funding. We didn't in 2024, but we do in 2025. We also do the Love Your Lake. It's a shoreline assessment program. Natural Edge is a shoreline renaturalization program. Different community outreach opportunities, and all of those kind of feed into the greater Lake System Health Program. Next slide, please. So the base component of the program is monitoring for water quality. We do that every spring during spring turnover. So essentially from the beginning of May into the first week of June, depending on how warm the water gets and how quickly. The program in a whole does 193 sites on 164 lakes, and those lakes are monitored on either a 1, 2, or 3-year basis. Water samples, we collect them, they get sent to the Dorset Environmental Science Center, and we're happy to announce that we were able to renew our 5-year agreement with the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks to maintain our program and get our samples analyzed at the Dorset Center. And so that's good because it's very consistent with the same procedures, protocols, and analysis of the Lake Partner program. So our data is very comparable to what the volunteers across the province collect for Lake Partner. We also take water clarity readings. We do that during spring turnover, and we do it again during late summer. Temperature and dissolved oxygen profiles are taken at each site, again, twice a year. And in last year, we monitored 93 sites on 76 lakes. And you can see there we did 24 sites on 17 lakes in the township of Muskoka Lakes. And we do produce the annual report. This is the first year we actually haven't printed off any copies, hard copies. But I did put the QR code there in case you haven't seen it. You can always download a copy. Next slide, please. So just to touch on some of the trends that we found in our 2024 data. 48% of the lakes that we sampled in 2024 had a phosphorus reading higher than the previous reading for that lake. Now, we do it on a 1, 2, or 3-year rotation. So for some lakes, that might be the reading for the previous year. Some lakes, it might be the reading from 3 years earlier. More alarmingly, 65% of lakes have that we sampled last year had a TP reading higher when we compared it to the 10-year average for the lake. So that is starting to show that we are getting higher phosphorus readings over time than we would like to have. We do have 3 criteria in the Muskoka official plan for whether a lake gets enhanced policy, whether they get listed as Schedule E2. And so this year, one of those criteria is whether a lake has significantly increasing amount of phosphorus since 2001, and we didn't have any lakes last year that did that. We do have 3 sample locations that had a phosphorus reading greater than 20 micrograms per liter. One of those was in the township of Muskoka Lakes. It was Brandy Lake with, I believe it was 22.4 micrograms per liter. The other 2 were in one was in Gravenhurst and one was at Huntsville. So that's just the sort of thing we want to keep an eye on, but it's not unusual for that lake. So yeah, next slide, please. So putting that into sort of more graphical terms, the bars show the 2024 reading. The colors show what lakes are increasing in phosphorus and which lakes are either stable or decreasing. And you can see we do have a fair number of lakes that are increasing over a 10-year average. Next slide, please. We also want to take a closer look at some of our calcium data. We haven't typically done this in previous years, but we have the data, so we do want to try to look at it a little bit more. And so you can see here, the bar represents the reading in 2024 for that particular lake. And then again, the color indicates whether it's increasing over time or decreasing. And we've heard for several years that high calcium lakes tend to be increasing. And you can see that here from the high bars. And then the low calcium lakes tend to be decreasing. And I do actually have a number here. So 60% of the sites that we sampled in 2024 are showing a decreasing trend in calcium over the past 10 years. And 37% of the sites that we sampled in 2024 have a calcium concentration below the threshold of 2 milligrams per liter, which, if you're not aware, that is the amount that studies show you start to see an impact on the health of aquatic life below 2 milligrams per liter. Next slide, please. We did the same sort of look at chloride concentrations, and you'll hear a lot more about chloride in an upcoming presentation. But the data we collected in 2024 for those lakes, you can see we do have 68% of the sites sampled show an increasing trend in chloride over the last 10 years. And 17% of the sites sampled have a chloride concentration above the threshold we set of 10 milligrams per liter, which, as maybe you're aware, it is quite a bit lower than the the national threshold for the protection of aquatic life. But that national threshold isn't protective enough for our situation that we have here in Muskoka, where we have low nutrient lakes. So again, it's data that we want to be careful. We want to pay attention to, because we are starting to see some negative trends. Next slide, please. So moving on to something a little more fun. We do hire a student each year to the biological monitoring program, and that focuses on the benthic biomonitoring, Ontario Benthos Biomonitoring Network, OBBN protocol. Basically, our student works with lake associations as well as school groups and summer camps, and really anyone who's interested, to collect benthic macroinvertebrate monitoring. So that's the bugs in the mud, the critters that live in the substrate of the lake. We collect those. It gives us an idea of what the health of the lake is on a biological basis, as opposed to just a chemical basis. In 2024, we did 100 sites on 48 lakes and 1 river, including 24 sites on 13 lakes within the township of Muskoka Lakes. We also attend events, and we try to engage quite a few people. It is a really fun program. If you haven't done it before, you can do it with almost any age group, and people really seem to have a great time with it. So it's one of our more popular ones. Next slide, please. Love Your Lake program. That's a shoreline assessment and stewardship program. We work with lake associations to assess the shoreline conditions of every property on a participating lake. And then those landowners have the opportunity to receive a personalized property report for their property that outlines what they're doing well as maybe give them suggestions for ways that they could better improve the conditions of their property, and in turn the health of their water body. Last year we surveyed 251 properties on Bacido Lake, Gull Lake, and Silver Lakes, both in Gravenhurst. And then the lake summary report was completed for 6 Mile Lake, which was the lake that we did the previous year. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the Natural Edge program is a pretty neat program. It's a shoreline renaturalization program, and you don't have to be a member of a lake association or participate in an organization to participate in the program. You simply just have to contact us. So it's done on an individual basis. And the components of the program include a free site visit, where we can talk about any issues you might be having on your property and give you ideas for better stewardship of that property. The focus of the program is developing renaturalization plans, so planting plans for that specific property. And then we are also able to offer what we call the shoreline renaturalization starter kit for a fee that helps the landowner get started on the property. It gives them everything they need to get going on their project, including plants, hemp fiber pads, mulch, tree guards if needed, and then some guidance booklets. So it's been a popular program, and we're hoping to expand it as we can over time. Last year, we did 17 site visits. We developed 13 planting plans, distributed 13 starter kits, and through that, 630 native plants were planted. We were able to do a special project with the 3 Mile Lake Association last year, where they provided half the cost of starter kits for their members. And they had, I believe it was 8 members sign up. So they all received starter kits and site visits and everything. And the association covered half the cost of the starter kit. So it was a pretty popular program, and it was great to see some properties on the lake who typically or historically had lawn right down to the water start to get a little bit more vegetation on there. So we're pretty happy with that. I believe they're also planning on doing the program again this year. So if there's anyone on 3 Mile Lake who's interested, please sign up. Next slide, please. And then we do community outreach wherever we can. So mostly it's our Benthic student, but we do have other students as well who can go out and give presentations, give workshops on a variety of topics, invasive species, species at risk, good stewardship practices, love your lake, shoreline naturalization, anything like that we can generally do. And as I mentioned on a previous slide, we had about 1,200 people participate in some of our programs last year. So we're always looking to increase that number and get better outreach. And it's not part of the Lake System Health Program, but hopefully many of you have seen, we have our Climate Initiatives Coordinator, Lauren Seville, who's been doing a real push this year. She's been going to many, many events promoting the Climate Hero program. So hopefully you've seen her around at some of the different events across the township. Next, please. And in terms of access to data, we do have the Muskoka Water website where we do post our data sheets and our aquatic and vertebrate information. More importantly, we've been working really hard to get all of our data up on the Great Lakes data stream so that's available to anyone, anytime. So all that data that I mentioned that we have for the past 20 years, we sampled for over 45 parameters. And all of that is now available for anyone at any time simply by going to the data stream website. We're currently in the process of getting our temperature and dissolved oxygen data, profile data up on there from the last 20 years as well. And that should be up by the end of the summer as well. Next. And I think, okay, yeah, so 2025, we did 87 sites on 70 lakes this past spring for collecting water samples, including 28 sites on 20 lakes in this township. Our benthic monitoring program, we're hoping to do at least 70 sites or 75 sites, but that is a little bit dependent on how many lake associations want to participate. One big change with the program is that the district took over as the lead delivery agent for both the Love Your Lake and the Natural Edge programs. You may or may not be aware, the Watershed Council was the lead delivery agent since the programs came in a number of years ago. But the district is hoping to take a little bit more of an active role in stewardship across the district. So they've taken over managing those 2 programs, and we are hoping to grow them as well. So that's something that we're keen on doing. We are currently in the process of doing Love Your Lake assessments on Doeskin Lake, Clearwater Lake, and the Muldrew Lakes, all of those in Gravenhurst. And we do have a list started for the lakes that want to participate next year. So I'll put the plug out there that if there are any lake associations who'd like to have their lakes assessed next year, to please reach out over the coming months and get the process started on that end. And we are also, the district is going into a official plan review. And as part of that, we are looking at quite a comprehensive review of our lake system health policies. So there will be plenty of opportunity for input coming up on that. But there will be, so keep an eye out because there will be quite a few things coming up soon. And I believe my next slide is a big thank you. So thank you. For those of you who don't know, this might be my last water quality presentation. So maybe the person who replaces me will be here next year and have a whole new fresh take on it. But it's been, I really appreciate being able to come here over the years and give a presentation and hopefully answer any questions and promote our program. So, and the Township of Muskoka Lakes has always been very nice at inviting me here and participating. So thank you very much.
Indeed, thank you very much. Committee members, do we have any questions for Ms. Willison on her last time here? Let's make it tough on her. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Rebecca. And I haven't heard us applaud very many presentations, so that was very, very appreciated by all. So I have a couple of questions for you. The benthic monitoring that, you know, I've been involved with a few years ago many times, and our lake has. What are you seeing with that? Are the benthic falling off, or specific canaries, you know, as we like to refer to them as?
Through you, Mr. Chair. As a biological system, it is really hard to sort of make hard and fast you know, summaries of what's happening. We encourage lake associations to look at their long-term trends over time in their own lake, as opposed to comparing a bunch of different lakes. The Muskoka Watershed Report Card does a good job of giving taking the benthic data and spitting it back out in a format that's a little bit easier for lake associations to look at. And when they do that, they look at the percent EOT, which is percent Ephemeroptera, Odonata, and Trichoptera, which are more sensitive species. So how much of those sensitive species do you have in the lake? What's typical for Muskoka, and then how do the other lakes compare? So there is a bit of a review there in the 2023 Muskoka Watershed Report Card. You know, it's really hard to tell. We do see some lakes that are having less diversity of benthos than maybe they had in previous years. We've also been trying to standardize that program a little bit more. Before, we used to just kind of do any site that a lake association wanted to monitor, but we're trying to standardize it a little bit more, where if we're doing a lake, we're doing two sites. We're going to do an impact and we're going to do an unimpacted site or reference site, so that we can get a better idea of what is normal, like what we should be seeing on that lake versus what we're seeing in some impacted sites. So unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for you. It's really looking at it on a lake by lake basis or site by site basis and seeing what kind of changes are happening over time there. For the most part, I would say we're not seeing a huge change. There might be specific things that might happen in a lake that would show a difference. So I think we used to do a site on Lake Vernon, and a few years ago, someone put like almost like a Phoslock type of material or something in the lake to try to, and we did see a drop off on some benthos in that situation. So, but that would be more of a one-off.
Councillor Edwards.
Just a second question. Thank you.
Roberts.
Thank you. Yes. You said in your report, you identified that the pH is increased significantly, or has increased over time then.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I didn't show any graphs on phosphorus. Yes, sorry, not pH.
I used the wrong term, phosphorus.
We are starting to see some creep up on some lakes, yes.
Yeah, and you were any of the lakes you got the results from lakes that were not really well populated by humans? Are those lakes increasing in phosphorus?
Ms. Wilson.
Through you, Mr. Chair. We do have some lakes that are uninhabited that do have higher phosphorus. So Barron's Lake is an example of one. The phosphorus has started to come down in that lake a little bit, but it is an uninhabited lake in Georgian Bay, but it is right beside the 400. So it has more stressors than human population. So we do have data on a variety of lakes, and I I can't say right now whether we're seeing what we're seeing on, there aren't a lot of lakes that are uninhabited, that wouldn't have any. But we do have data on a range of different lakes. We just haven't really sat down and looked at that. And as part of the upcoming official plan review, we will be looking at that a little bit more closely than we typically do. Right now, when we get our data, we kind of look at how an individual lake is changing over time, as opposed to, are we seeing trends in the larger data set? But we do need to do that more. You're right.
Councillor Kent?
Thank you very much. That was helpful. Just a quick question, and I apologize if I'm ignorant. You don't monitor Lake Joe at all?
To you, Mr.
Ms.
Chair.
Wilson?
We do monitor Lake Joe. We monitor 7 sites on the lake, 8 sites. It's done every 2 years. So in 2024, it wasn't done. This year it was done.
Okay.
Yeah, so our big lakes, basically the way it is the bigger lakes or lake trout lakes are done every 2 years. Lakes that are a bit smaller or not lake trout lakes are done every 3 years. And then lakes that are on Schedule E2, which is the district's sort of vulnerable lakes list, are done annually.
The only reason I ask is I thought maybe it had gone up to Seguin,
Ms. Wilson?
because we end halfway through.
To you, Mr. Chair, we do monitor northern parts of Lake Joe, and we share that data with Seguin.
Okay, thank you. I'll have to go back and look.
Committee, other questions? Councillor Edwards?
Yes, thank you. Excellent presentation as usual. The Natural Edge program, when we're asking for plantings and that, could that be used so that we're getting native plants? Because I hear the roots go a little bit deeper. Is that correct?
Through you,
Ms.
Mr.
Wilson?
Chair. Yes, we are available to help. And we can provide advice. We can assist landowners with, renaturalizations. And the preference is always native plants, because you're right, they generally have a better root system. More importantly, they're more adapted to our conditions, so they require less inputs and maintenance over time, and they help support our wildlife and our environment in a better capacity than non-native.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Roberts? Last question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. It's a very interesting topic. And this is to staff. With the Love Your Lake and the Natural Edge program, when we have site plans for locations that have that really need attention on the water's edge, are we strongly recommending to those property owners to get involved with the district program so that they fully understand the impact of that would occur if they did naturalize your shoreline?
Mr. Sharp, can you answer that?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, committee. Excellent question, Councillor Roberts. We have met with Ms. Willison on at least one occasion, as I recall. It might have been a couple of years ago, and Ms. Willison was great at getting us up to speed on the Love Your Lake program and how we could work together to broaden the township's interest in that program itself. And, we've been making sure that when we meet with individual landowners for site plan applications involving clients or involving plantings that we're mentioning, those programs. Also in our pre-consultation form, we've indicated a link to the program so that when we're pre-consulting with people, we follow up with that form and they have that information at their fingertips. So we're doing the best we can to make sure that we're directing people to the program itself.
Ms. Willison, thank you very much, and
Thank you.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Our next two presenters are delegates. The first one is Ms. Martin Downs from the Muskoka Lakes Association, and as a delegate, each of you have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Bosworth, members of council. Thank you for having me this morning. I am here today as the chair of the Environment Committee for the Muskoka Lakes Association. I know you have a packed agenda. I was told I have a short period of time, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to run over. So I want to draw your attention to the fact that I have a few extra slides in your deck with some additional information that I'm not able to present today. So if you feel that I have left you wanting more, please feel free to go through those slides. Next slide. So quickly, the MLA Water Quality Initiative started its current program in 2002. The most significant program that the Muskoka Lakes Association operates. And we have samples collected by almost 100 individuals. One of your volunteers is here today. They volunteer their time and their boats throughout many lakes in Muskoka. The samples collected are sent to an accredited laboratory, and the results are analyzed and reported by our environmental consultant, Hutchison Environmental Services. And in fact, Neil, who's here today, was the designer of the program that we use today. And then we promote the report and identify any issues to relevant authorities, and that's in part why I'm here today. The key objective for the program is to determine if the amount, nature, and activities associated with shoreline development have altered key water quality indicators. So while we do sites just for long-term trends, our program differs from the districts in that we sample a lot of nearshore sites. Most of our sites are I'd probably say 75% of our sites are near shore. And that means that we can see the effects of land use change a little more rapidly in that area. Not necessarily affecting the whole lake, but something that we want to look out for. We sample phosphorus, water clarity, water temperature, and bacteria. And then we recently added a few sites for chloride near areas of either urbanization or near roads. And then we document harmful blue-green algae occurrences as well that are confirmed by the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit. Next slide. So the report is just about out. It will be posted by next week, and this is for 2024 data. The results provide the results for samples taken between May and September. We do 4 different surveys over the season. We had 54 different sampling areas, and then we had 17 different lakes and rivers that were participating in the program. And then in the back of the report and the appendices are individual area reports. And as Rebecca notes, most people are looking for their own lake and what's in it, not necessarily all the trends across the lakes, but we're trying to do more of that. The next slide. This is the map of the extent of where we sample, and you can see that there's a lot more dots on the big 3 lakes than there are in the others, but certainly a good smattering all over both Bracebridge, Gravenhurst, and Township Muskoka Lakes, and even into Seguin. Next. Oh, I think we missed one, sorry. Oh, where did that one go? Well, we're missing a slide that I have that, there should be one that's, see it. That's the end of the slides. Oh, that one. That's that one. Okay. Sorry, in the different order. So I can't go through each of the parameters today, but I want to summarize the results. And one of the ways we do that is through a stoplight system. So green meaning that it is good, it meets the thresholds. Yellow means there's something happening here, we want to keep a closer look at it. And red meaning there's some potential remedial action necessary. 2024, 41 of the 54 areas were at or below thresholds. And it's similar to what Rebecca mentioned, that we found that to be lower than it was in previous years. So it was 90% last year. It was 76% meeting thresholds this year. So what was happening in the last year, but that's where the long-term trends are necessary. We had 8 yellow lights due to E. coli over threshold, and that's the bacteria that can cause intestinal problems due to usually fecal matter. They were located in some of our older areas like Beaumaris and Minette, and as well as Muskoka River, and strangely enough, Hamer Bay and Clear Lake and East Portage Bay, where there's a fair amount of agricultural activity around it. We had 5 red lights, 4 of which were due to blue-green algae blooms in 2024. And then we had 1 that is due to bacteria and increasing phosphorus concentrations. And this is what we think is the result of runoff from a golf course and agricultural areas coming in through a stream to the shoreline at Willow Beach, so near Touchstone Resort. Next, or let me back, there we go. And given that you're hearing about salt today, I just thought I'd profile the results that we were finding in our short time we've been doing it. But we already have, if we're using the threshold of 10, as Rebecca mentioned, and 10 to 20 is what Dr. Yan has been suggesting, we already see that Muskoka Sands is approaching 20 and Muskoka Bay about 15. So we are heading perhaps in the wrong direction in those areas. And even Hamer Bay at 11, which seemed unusual for Lake Joseph to be that. So maybe there's a baseline there that we're not sure of, but needs more look. Next. So we're going to, yes, that one. So we now have a data set that's over 20 years old, and sometimes our trends are all scattered and it can't tell us a story. And I will admit I cherry picked a few of these, but what these points are showing us is that there is a significantly downward trend in phosphorus in some of our locations. And it's surprising because we've had significant growth over the last 20 years. And so what is being happening around that would allow for that to continue to happen? Next slide. So I believe it's happening because you've done changes in policy around buffers and setbacks, lot sizes. You've had a focus on lake health through the district, and all that is working to keep phosphorus levels down. Now, it doesn't mean they don't fluctuate. Doesn't mean that, we might not turn around next year and say, well, they went up, but there is things happening that seem to be taking them down. And as you know, the MLA spends a lot of its time working with you on policy and so we think it's a good reason for you to continue doing what you do, to think about the environment first, to hold tight to policy that seems to be working to allow for growth and clean water at the same time. But our sampling does show that there are there's special areas that may need more attention, perhaps from septic inspections or a deeper dive into cause and effect. And that particularly happens around potentially for Minette and Beaumaris. There are other areas, of course. And is there more we can do? Yes, and I'm glad to see TML engaged in the watershed planning discussions for our future. Looks different today than, and we need more tools to predict it. Next one. And finally, perhaps there's more to be done upstream to ensure good land use practices, improve runoff quality to protect the downstream. Much of our policy is around shorelines, and it's a very good place to do that, but every shoreline has inputs from upstream. So I'd encourage you to provide as much care upstream as you do for the shoreline. Stewardship actions, as Rebecca's mentioning, can result in improved nutrient and bacterial contributions, but places like Willow Beach would need some help upstream. So at the golf course or in the agricultural lands, could improved agricultural practices help East Portage Bay and 3 Mile Lake? Unfortunately, there are very few organizations here. I spent most of my career with conservation authorities, and we had a huge team of boots on the ground, and we had incentives that we could offer landowners, and there really isn't that kind of organization or ability to do that here. But perhaps as watershed planning takes off and the governance structure is created, perhaps there can be consideration for greater assistance on the land use side. And with that, I'll leave it, and thank you for allowing me to present today.
Thank you very much. Committee, do we have any questions? Well, I guess that means a very thorough report, so thank you very much.
Or not thorough enough.
Yeah. That's fascinating stuff. And
Thank you.
Congratulations to the MLA.
Thank you.
Mr. Hutchinson, you're going to tell us about Friends of Muskoka Watershed and our issue with road salt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and committee. Pleased to be here. We can get our first slide. There we go. Let's just have the next slide, please. Much of what I'm going to say, I'm not going to elaborate on in interest of time, but there's some basic facts here that you can find out on our website in several reports that we produced over the last 5 years. What we know is that the chloride ion in road salt is toxic. That's why we're looking at it. It was declared toxic by Environment Canada in 2001. We know that chloride levels are elevated above baseline historic levels in 70% of the tested Muskoka lakes, and we really thank the district for having an excellent program to track that. We know that chloride is particularly toxic in Muskoka's water because it's soft. The federal government did a thorough scientific assessment and decided that 120 milligrams per liter was likely safe for continuous long-term exposure. More recent research done in soft water specific to Muskoka by Norm Yan and colleagues at York University and Queen's University have shown that really 10 to 20 milligrams per liter is where we should be more concerned about potential toxicity. We find it is at potentially harmful levels in 12% of tested Muskoka lakes, which is what Rebecca just told us. We know that it's added to our waters from winter salting of roads, parking lots, sidewalks, and driveways, and that these activities are likely to increase in a warming climate. There'll be more freeze-thaw cycles, more lake effect snow, etc. We know that chloride does not break down, and you can only decrease the concentrations by source reduction or dilution. Next slide, please. So the results, you've seen this. This is our flagship comparison of Muskoka Bay and Lake Muskoka. Lake Muskoka, 5 or 6 sites there in blue, has been increasing since 1970. And Gravenhurst Bay has also been increasing over that time, but it's up to about 18 milligrams per liter. And we know that we're reaching toxic levels in many of our lakes. But those are our kind of our flagship studies. Next slide. But also, I took some time looking at Township of Muskoka Lakes data, and we're really seeing pretty much of the same pattern that we're seeing Muskoka-wide on Muskoka, Township of Muskoka Lakes, and that is chloride levels in the last 5 years that have risen in about 50% of the lakes compared to historic data going back to 2004. We are above 10 milligrams per liter, which is a safe level in 25% of our lakes, and above 20 milligrams per liter, which is likely toxic in 10% of our lakes. And I've identified 4 of the smaller lakes in Muskoka Lakes, Township of Muskoka Lakes, that are at concerning levels above 40 milligrams per liter. Next slide. Highway maintenance has been the focus so far. That's the responsibility of the province, the district, and individual municipalities. What we're doing at Friends of Muskoka Watershed is trying to lobby those type of activities, but also focusing on the activities of individuals and individual businesses within Muskoka. And here are some examples of much excessive use of road salt. The bottom 2 are particularly shocking. That's at the independent grocer in Bracebridge last March. But just for a bit of township rivalry, I'll point the upper right one is the Gravenhurst municipal offices. I'll come out here and check you guys next winter. Next slide, please. And we just published a report last spring on the results of 2 years of citizen science investigations in 3 towns, 26 sites, over 600 measurements, and the whole range. We're using conductivity. It's a documented surrogate for chloride in that the more conductivity in the water, the more chloride. And we published that relationship. And you see we go from very, very low in some of our natural water bodies, which are down to about 40 conductivity units, right up to the far right where we see commercial drainage from some of those slides I just show you, which are hitting, 90% of the results are less than 18,000 milligrams per liter range. And that's getting close to half of what seawater would be. So we do have some very highly enriched areas. These are source areas that we're looking at, and we want to focus on the sources. Next. The damage is not limited to a sensitive aquatic life. That's what we've been talking about. But I'd like to point out one highlight is the inquest into the Elliott Lake parking garage collapse that killed people, found that road salt had damaged the rebar and damaged the concrete to the point where it was not safe. And City of Toronto is periodically picking up pieces of the Gardiner Expressway. It harms our buildings, our pets, as well as our soil and our trees and our lakes. 30,000 tons per year enter Lake Muskoka. I think Norm has calculated that's 3,000 of our 10-ton trucks, kind of a line from Bracebridge to Port Carling is the equivalent. Canada's Eco-Fiscal Commission estimates that $680 to $4,000 per ton of total damage per ton of road salt applied. That translates into tens to hundreds of millions of dollars in Muskoka when you take all of the costs of roadside together. That's also been similar to studies found in the States. Next slide. What can we do? Well, there's all kinds of things. You all have the presentation. We're going to talk about some of the things we can do as individuals in the program that we started called Salty Muskoka, which is going to encourage these types of actions that individuals can take. Next slide. This is the Salty Muskoka program. It's a project that's been funded half by Eco Action of Environment Canada. And we are developing citizens observation networks that document sources into our lakes, working with lake associations to educate and reduce salt use while protecting safety, educating parking lot maintainers, some of the big users, stores, small businesses, and teachers and students. We've got targets for all of them. We have an individual hired who's excellent at outreach, Alicia, and we're going to have our citizen scientists looking at some of the source areas as well. One of the things we are matching the funds of $148,000. We provide 50% of that. There's a great donate now button you can find on our website. Next slide. One of the things we're here to ask you about is in 2 years ago, Gravenhurst Town Council committed to the reduction of the use of road salt as much as possible while maintaining safety. February 2025, the District of Muskoka adopted 4 very similar resolutions to reduce road salt, become better educated about it, expert advisory committees, and communicate. And that was matched in April 2025 by Braceroot Town Council, passing a similar resolution and also providing financial support to the Salty Muskoka program for 2 years. We've provided the text of this for consideration by Planning Committee and Council in Township of Muskoka Lakes. Next slide. So what I ask of you today is that the Township of Muskoka Lakes pass a resolution of commitment to road salt reduction. We've provided some draft comments, draft wording in our submission to you. And we'd also ask that the Township of Muskoka Lakes provide financial support to the Salty Muskoka project because we are committed to raise half the funds for that through our own local network. So I thank you very much, and I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hutchinson. Terrific work. Committee, questions for Mr. Hutchinson? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Good morning, Neil. Sorry. I've often wondered, because we, like we've had since 2013 our flooding, and we all go and pick up those sandbags from whatever municipality you're in. But in fact, I know I have asked the question over the years that sand that we were picking up does have salt in it. Like it's the same product.
Yes, one of the alternatives we actually promote is not to use raw rock salt, but what they call pickled sand, where it's just 3% to 5% salt mixed into sand. So that lasts longer on the road. It doesn't just melt and run off, and it provides traction.
So and I understood that percentage, but I haven't felt that, I feel that there's more in there. So I just don't know, how do we judge what that percentage is when we're.
Well, okay, that's
Mr. Hutchinson?
I can see that. The percentage would be determined by the municipality, the public works people. They would have the responsibility of mixing that up. That's their job. But you don't always use pickled sand. Some events they may come out and just put rock salt down, and then that would run off and enrich that sand that was left there as well. So if you use nothing but pickled sand, you would expect a 3 to 5%. If there's more, it's probably because they use more than just pickled sand. That's my interpretation.
Councillor Nishikawa, one more.
I just wanted to ask a request of this committee that in fact, this conversation gets brought back to Public Works, or to General Finance, to have a better understanding of what our procedures are.
All right, we do have on the agenda to discuss this topic later on, so let's, yeah, fair enough. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Great presentation. I saw the presentation at your AM, which was fantastic. The point that really tweaked my interest was smart about salt. And the reason New Hampshire implemented that program, because that whole liability situation. Can you share that with my colleagues?
Thank you, Mr. Councillor. Yeah, the state of New Hampshire has a really good lake protection program throughout everything they do, which I've always laughed at because there's on their license plates, it says live free or die. But they're quite willing to stand up for their lakes. They have this Smart About Salt program. The big concern with commercial operators who are hired to look at commercial properties and look after the parking lots is that somebody's going to slip and fall and have an accident and sue them. And so state of New Hampshire has put a certification program forward, whereas if you are a private contractor and you've taken the course and you can demonstrate that you've followed the recommendations for reduced salt usage, that is enough to keep those lots safe. And if somebody has an accident, you're insulated from liability suits. So that is the genesis of the program. I wish I knew better how well it works, but as something that there's a larger group within Ontario that are pushing for similar legislation. A lot of these operators get paid by the ton of salt that they apply. And so there's a real incentive to over-imply if economics is your concern.
Committee, other questions? Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. It's for you. I have two. One, when we sweep the roads up in the spring, is that usable? Because I've had.
I've actually talked to Public Works people about that. Part of the problem is it's not just sand. There's cigarette butts and pieces of plastic and fast food wrappers and things like that, which seems to limit. It would take quite a bit of filtering and sifting, I think, to get something good to put back on. So my understanding is that they don't reuse it.
And
Second question.
I read it years ago, and I think it was Quebec. They were using wood chips instead of salt. Have you heard about?
I've not heard of wood chips as an alternative.
Well,
no.
like wood chip sawdust and that, and I just wondered if you'd heard.
Sawdust, I haven't. I've used it personally. I'm not aware of anybody using it at a municipal level.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Committee, further questions? Mr. Hutchinson, thank you very much.
And I neglected, I have a bling in my car for all of you that I can distribute if you don't mind at a later point. Thank you.
All right, we're happy with that. Thank you. All right. Very important topic to us all. All right, back down to more regular business.
The mayor.
Oh, we need the mayor back. Yes. Your worship, can you wake up back there, please? We are going on to, we have one concurrent bylaw amendment and consent application. Ms. Walker is going to present us with the Judhaven Holdings, which is 1589 Judhaven. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Chair Bosenworth. So the first application to be heard today are consent applications B/06, 07, 08, and 09, 25 ML, and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 0525 in the name of Judhaven Holdings Limited. The subject lands are known municipally as 1589 Judhaven Road. Okay, so the consent sketch is on the screen in front of you today. It is also located on page 81 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the consent application is to sever the subject lot to create 2 new lots, so there'll be 3 lots in total. Severed lot 1 is currently being redeveloped with a dwelling, detached garage, and shoreline structures. Severed lot 2 and the retained lot are currently vacant and no development is being proposed at this time. In addition to the lot creation, the applicants are also proposing 2 right-of-ways to establish legal access to both the severed lots. Next slide, please. The purpose and effect of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 0525 is to rezone a wetland on the retained lot from waterfront residential backlot WR2 to environmental protection EP1. And that is shown in the hatched on the site plan in front of you on the screen. An exemption is also proposed to impose a 100-foot setback from the wetland. And there's also an exemption being proposed for a 50-foot setback from a watercourse on the subject property. These exemptions are a result of recommendations made by an EIS completed by Riverstone Environmental. Next slide, please. Notice of this meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 30 days in advance of this meeting, and 5 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, Matt Vitek, the Beach, the township's development and transportation engineering coordinator, Douglas Holland, the township's fire prevention officer, Sarah Campbell, planner for the district of Muskoka. These comments were all circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. After the circulation of comments, we got comments from Matt Irving, the township septic inspector, stating that each site has sufficient conditions for septic services and has requested it be confirmed the septic system that was approved on severed lot 1, which is the one that's being redeveloped, meet all required setbacks from the proposed lot lines. Staff are currently working with the applicant to satisfy this condition. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that consent application B06, 07, 08, 09, 25 ML, Judd Haven Holdings Limited be approved subject to the conditions of consent, which are outlined in the staff report. Staff recommend that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 0525 be approved. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to answer any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Allen is the applicant's agent.
Good morning. It's nice to see
Good morning,
everybody.
Mr. Allen.
My name is Ryan Allen, 16 McNabb Street, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1R4. I'm representing the owner of the property, Judd Haven Holdings Incorporated, which is owned by Stephen Smith and Diane Blake. I do have a presentation that I'd like to go through quickly. Thanks, Ms. Walker, for your report and recommendation. The subject lands are 1589 Judd Haven Road, and they are very large. They're over 32 acres in size, with over 1,000 feet of bylaw frontage and over 2,500 feet of actual frontage. Next slide. Ms. Walker shared the severance plan with you. This is an updated severance plan that includes the septic bed to address the septic inspector's comments. The lots that are proposed exceed or meet the minimum requirements of the zoning bylaw, the WR1 zone, as well as the township's minimum lot size requirement in the official plan, as well as the district official plan. There is a right-of-way that's proposed over an existing driveway that leads back to Judd Haven Road. There was a previous site plan agreement that's been approved for the existing dwelling that's under construction on the point, which is severed lot number 1. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of the subject property. You can see the severed lot number 1 on the point. Severed lot number 2 is oriented towards the larger lake. Severed lot 1 oriented towards the bay side and the large retained lot. Next slide, please. Riverstone Environmental was retained to complete an environmental impact study. The study was completed both for the site plan agreement application as well as the severance application. It included a number of considerations: identified fish habitat, considered deer wintering area habitat, significant wildlife habitat, species at risk, and endangered and threatened species. It looked closely at wetlands on the property and evaluated the water course and included a range of mitigation measures. Riverstone concludes that the proposed severance can proceed without negative impacts, provided the mitigation measures are implemented. Next slide. Ms. Walker shared this plan with you. There's some very detailed environmental work that occurred, starting with very detailed drone photos. The water course that was identified on the property is not currently mapped in any of the township's mapping and not protected in any of the current township zoning. The proposed zoning amendment will increase the environmental protection on the property. Number 1, it will buffer the water course by 15 meters. It will rezone the wetland into environmental protection, which currently has no EP zoning, and also apply a 30-meter buffer to that wetland. Next slide, please. And just for interest's sake, this is the site plan agreement that was approved at the point for the dwelling itself. Happy to answer any questions. It'd be my professional opinion that the application is consistent with the provincial policy, provincial planning statement, conforms with the district and township official plan, represents good planning, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. Do we have anybody wishing to speak for or against this application, either in the room or online? Seeing none. Committee, do you have any questions for our planner or Mr. Allen? We have 2 resolutions. One of them is really long, one of them is really short. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Mazin. Be it resolved that consent application B/06070809/25 ML Judd Haven Holdings Limited be approved, subject to the following conditions. That a satisfactory registrable deed, description bracket deed of the severed lots, together with any required rights of way or easements, be submitted to the township, along with a registered copy of the reference plan. The confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that the severed and retained lots are satisfactory for an on-site sewage disposal, and that any problems identified with any existing sewage systems be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. The satisfactory consent agreement under section 51(26) of the Planning Act be entered into with the township and registered on the title of the lands, which contains provisions to the satisfaction of the township whereby the owner agrees to implement the recommendations of scoped environmental impact study prepared by Riverstone Environmental Solutions, Inc., dated June 2025. The cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the newly created vacant lots, severed lots 2 and retained lot, or the entire lands, whichever is less. That a rezoning be approved to rezone the wetland of the retained lot from waterfront residential WR2 to environmental protection EP1, and a 30-meter or 98.4 foot setback from the lands zoned EP1 imposed. That a rezoning be approved to require a 15-meter or 49.2 foot setback for land-based buildings and structures inclusive of a leaching bed distribution pipe and shoreline structure from a watercourse that traverses the subject lands. Is there any debate or discussion on the resolution? All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
That carries. Thank you, Mr. Allen. The second one is moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-05/25 Judd Haven Holdings Limited be approved. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is Ms. Walker again, and this is ZBA-50/24 at 1085 Bradley Road.
Thank you, Chair Bosemworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 50/24 in the name of Yule. The subject lands are known municipally as 1085 Bradley Road. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 204 of the agenda package or in front of you on the screen. The purpose and effect of the application is to permit the construction of dwelling additions, increase the height of the dwelling, and to redevelop and relocate a garage. Next slide, please. Notice of this meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 41 days in advance of this meeting, and 5 comments have been received to date. Comments were received by Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Matt Veach, the Township's Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, Douglas Holland, the Township's Fire Prevention Officer, and Sarah Campbell, Planner for the District of Muskoka. A letter was also received from Jeff and Pam Hall, neighboring property owners to the east. All these comments were circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report, and staff have recommended that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 50/24 Yule be deferred to address the following: a reduction in the height of the proposed dwelling within 35 feet of the high water mark, that satisfactory drawings that illustrate the revised height in relation to the setbacks from the high water mark be provided, and that satisfactory confirmation that a propane tank not shown on the submitted site plan is in compliance with the zoning requirements. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe the applicant's agent is someone from Marie Poirier. Ms. Poirier, good morning. How are
Hey.
you today?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, committee members. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. We have a detailed presentation for you, which we are not going to present today because we believe that in the interest of expediency and prudency that we concur with staff to defer to get some of these little details out of the way. And then we can come back to you with an application that addresses these few concerns of staff. So I would like to thank staff for all of their work. We've been working on this project for well over a year. And we would like to reserve our time to present our detailed presentation to you at the time that the matter has been deferred to. So that would be my recommendation, Mr. Chair, with my thanks to staff and committee.
Thank you very much. Given this is a public meeting, do we have anybody wanting to speak for or against this application? Yes, sir. I think you might have to turn it on, I think.
No, I don't know what the rules and regulations.
Well, let me start with a couple of rules here. One, if you could give us your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to talk.
Phil Manning, and I live on 1008 Lidsley Road, right across the bay from this fella. Now, I applied 20 years ago for a permit. Okay, now they would only allow me 4% over my lot leverage with all the regulations. This guy's 17%. There's something wrong. 17%'s a lot. He's in a predicament where on the driveway side, he wants to move things around. The driveways, I don't know what you're allowed for a driveway off of a main road, but he's got a double car garage, a driveway beside it, and he's got another driveway on the other side of the house that didn't show up on that. Now, I don't know what the rules are on driveways coming off a main road, but it's a very bad hill. And the driveways, like I say, people coming around the corner there and it's on a hill, it's a blind, it's terrible. It's supposed to be 66 feet road allowance. Well, that cuts his property almost in half if it goes by the rock cut. There's a rock cut on the far side of the road that goes over there, and if it's 66 feet, then you can't build nothing on, you know what I mean? Like it's not right. Now I don't know whether he started building a porch around it. Now a porch, no, not a porch, but like a veranda. He's got it high, but then they must have stopped him. I don't know the rules, but they must have stopped him on a permit because he didn't have a permit to do it. But you should, I don't know what the law is, but I had to put my place back 60 feet from the high water mark to my cottage. I mean, he ain't got 30 feet. And this building that they stopped, this porch or whatever you want to call it, he wants to enclose in kind of, not enclose, but he wants to put a peak on it and come out further to the lake. Like, I don't know how you can get away with this stuff. It's a property that it's a lot of shoreline, but there's no depth, none. Like I said, 17% to me is a lot. And when I was only limited to 4%, and that's all I can tell you. But it's not a good building. It's not a good lot. It's been there for years. Bradley owned it before, and it's like the road used to go around the property. Now, over the years, they cut through it, and it just chopped everything up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I can assure you our staff do know the rules and will do everything
That's
they
right.
can to apply. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else wishing to speak for or against this application? Committee, at this point, it is going requested to be deferred and recommended deferral. Do we have any questions at this point? Councillor Kent.
Yeah, this is a question for staff. I had to go back and read this a couple of times because I didn't really understand it, but could you explain to me how are they at 17 today? And why are you, it appears as if the only thing you really have a problem with is the height of the building. What about all the other things? I mean, why should they be at 78%? And why are we giving them all these other permissions, which are reliefs? It doesn't make sense to me on first read.
Is my hand up?
Ms. Walker?
I think there was someone
Oh, was there?
online that wanted to speak. I don't know if we want to do
Oh,
that first and then I.
Very
can
well.
address
Okay,
County
that's good. We'll pause on that question. I think you can. All right. Whoever is online, if you could turn your video on and tell us your name, address, and you have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Are you having trouble finding the video there?
Ian and Sherry, it said.
Ian and Sherry, thank you. I can't see it. Ian and Sherry, you are on. Could you turn on your video if you'd like to speak to this application? Okay, I'm assuming then that you don't want to speak to this application, or if you can connect in a few minutes, we'll come back to you. All right, Ms. Walker, we had a question.
Perfect. And through you. So this property is a legal non-complying property and the existing dwelling and garage on the property are legal non-complying and staff has confirmed that through our review. So the existing coverage is 17.06%. I don't have a great history on when all of those buildings were developed. A lot of them were done so far in the past. We just don't have great building records at that time. The existing as-built things, so things that were built without the benefit of a building permit on the site, include a portion of the sun deck that was converted from a permeable sun deck to an impermeable sun deck. So that's the kind of as-built portions that are being considered through the application. Now, the applicant is proposing to reconfigure their lot coverage. So they currently have 17.06%. They're proposing 17.06%, but in a reconfigured nature. So they're adding an addition to the dwelling and they are reducing the size of the existing garage and shifting the footprint of the garage slightly so it no longer encroaches onto their neighbor's property. But because it is going to be a two-story garage now and the footprint is shifting, we have to give, they require exemptions from those different side lot lines in that regard. So I'm happy to follow up with any additional.
Councillor Kent.
My one follow-up is, so the garage, they're going to reduce the size of, and they're going to increase the size of the public-facing cottage. How much bigger is that getting?
Ms. Walker.
So the cottage has two main additions that are being proposed. The first is an addition off the rear of the cottage. And I will just look at the staff report. Give me 1 second. So the coverage of the dwelling is being increased by 120 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. And through you, and I'm going to say to Jennifer, I'm finding myself, I didn't realize, or I'm not sure, is there a rule somewhere written that if you had a certain percentage, you get to keep it and just redistribute it? Like I'm not trying to be, I'm just really unclear that I've ever seen that kind of regulation, and it's maybe in there, but I'm not sure of it.
Director Huff.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So I think what we could say is that you can replace 1 for 1 exactly as is. However, what is happening here is because there's a reconfiguration, they're actually further reducing setbacks and or increasing heights that is triggering an additional analysis and the report that you have before us. So it's not 100% one for one in this case. And I'll look to the manager
Mr.
to
Sharp.
explain further.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Huff. That was an excellent question. I just have one further consideration to add. I think perhaps Councillor Nishikawa, what you're struggling with is the increase that we're typically used to seeing not exceeding 1%. So the 1/10 requirement, and then there's the official plan amendment that may be required if you exceed that amount per the official plan policy. But what the official plan also says is that where you have a legal non-conforming lot coverage amount, in this case 17%, you can apply to reconfigure that amount with no increase without an official plan amendment. So there are policies that would support this type of redevelopment, provided you're not increasing the amount. Preferably, there would be a reduction. The coverage is proposed to remain the same. But I think, the number is large, but I think further to Ms. Walker's point, I think, it's a difficult application, and I think it's largely the increase in height that we're struggling with at this point in such close proximity to the water. And then, of course, when you look at the property from the water, it's quite visible as well. So there's some considerations there that we need to think about as well. Thank you.
Councillor Kent.
Paul, sorry, I'm having a breakdown here. Sorry, is there a reason? Forget about it.
All right.
I'm gonna-
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff. The retaining wall that is on the property, is it subject to the bylaw enforcement that is happening on this property? And I have a subsequent.
Ms. Walker.
Through you. So yes, there is an ongoing bylaw enforcement matter on this property. My understanding is it is almost at its conclusion. The retaining wall and other site alteration works were a part of that enforcement matter, which is why Riverstone Environmental was retained in this regard. Staff has largely viewed that as a separate kind of matter from the planning application, but we do recognize that it does add additional built form to the property in this case.
Thank you.
Councillor Roberts.
So the question being is that the assessment, the environmental assessment was recommended not to remove the wall and to leave it as is. I know the public, when they see stuff like this, they say, how will this ever be allowed? I can't do that, or would never do that. So can you explain to the public who are watching here today or will watch it after, why the environmental assessment said do not remove the wall? What's the impact of removing the wall? And is it long-term if the wall was removed?
Ms. Walker.
Through you, and I think that's a fair question. I can't speak on behalf of the environmental consultant, but my understanding is in this case, they felt it would cause further disruption to the site and potentially further sediment in the lake. So they felt that revegetating and renaturalization plan was the better way to go. But I do understand that it can be challenging sometimes when these are constructed.
Ms. Poya, do you have a comment on that?
Yes, I do, please, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. When we come back on this matter, hopefully, our engineer has also some rationale with respect to this matter, because the retaining wall is associated with the septic system, and it is supporting the septic system. So for the reasons that Ms. Walker mentioned, and for the engineering reasons, which I'd really appreciate an opportunity for our engineer to explain to you, there are reasons for keeping the retaining wall as per the recommendations of Riverstone. Thank you.
Um, what's their name?
So the delegates Ian and Sherry have raised their hands.
So Ian and Sherry, you have your hand up and you wanted to either speak for or against this application. If you'd like, please turn on your video and there we go. Your video and good. All right. If you have, if you could state your name and address and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, good morning, if it's still morning there. My name is Ian Smith. My address is 1088 Bradley Road and 1083 Bradley Road. So I'm across the street and beside Ray and Liz. And so when I'm on one side, the halls are on the other. So I'm wondering if this whole meeting is being deferred anyway to another meeting, because it sounds like they're deferring their presentation.
The resolution is to defer the meeting for further consultation between the applicant and planning to resolve some issues that still remain on this site.
Okay, well, number one, there's no drawing for the garage that they're proposing replacing. So are they replacing it with an identical looking garage, or is it going to be some other two-story elaborate garage? And it's because we're directly behind them. So when they add to the roof on their cottage, I have like a peekaboo view of the lake because we're up on the hill there, the old farmhouse. And so their roof line will go up into our view, which isn't a big deal. And I'm wondering if the garage they're constructing is also going to be going from a flat roof to a new two-story. Are they connecting it to the main house? They added another driveway, which jets out in front of my boathouse now, probably 20 or 30 feet. I don't know how the lot lines work along the roadside, but they had their driveway with a double car garage. And then they went right across our lawn and garden and put another driveway straight in to basically on top of their septic. So I don't know if that driveway is permanent. I've asked them over the years, what are you doing with this gravel here? And originally they said they were going to, get rid of it. But I think it's permanent now. So I think we just have to live with a parking spot in front of our garage there. That's not part of this. Hopefully Ray and I can work that out later. I'm just wondering if there's any drawings of that garage that is being proposed. So maybe there is, maybe it's not important. Maybe it's exactly the same as what's there. I kind of doubt it. But other than that, the other side, the retaining wall, the septic system was there before the retaining wall went in. So I think they just put that wall up and backfilled it for more usable flat space on the property, which I don't blame them. It's a big hill there. It's a very tight lot. So, but I don't know what's involved with engineering with that. Anyway, unfortunately, that's the view of everyone across the bay from them, that we don't see that. So anyway, those are just my questions. Is there some drawing of the proposed garage going up? I know they're moving it about, rotating it about a foot or something. I just don't see any drawings of it. So I'd love to know if it's going higher. And the garage will most definitely end up being exactly what we're looking at instead of the lake now. So, yeah. But it's their property. I don't like interfering with other people's freedom to do what they want with their property. I wouldn't mind seeing a drawing of it. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Walker, perhaps you could address the question of the garage.
Yeah, through you, the garage will be increasing from a single-story garage to a two-story garage. My understanding is it is 10 feet currently. It'll be approximately 21 feet as proposed. We do not have drawings of the garage elevations.
Okay, sir, I suggested some of those other questions, if you wanted, you could probably call staff and talk to them about it.
All right, so they're going to build a 21-foot garage right on the road there?
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, if you can turn your video off and microphone off us.
Okay.
All right. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. So, yes, so there were two mentions of the added driveway. What I would like to understand the next time it comes back, was there an entrance permit applied for on that second driveway? Thank you.
Ms. Walker.
We can definitely look into that further. I think I may need some more details onto what driveway is being referred to. There is a driveway in front of the existing garage and a driveway kind of that's connected to that goes around to the dwelling. So some more details would be helpful, but we can look into the entrance permits on
Look
the
at that
property.
with Ms. Poirier. Thank you. Any other, Councillor Kent?
Sorry, I forgot my question last time, but I have it now. I guess my question is, Ms. Walker, when I read it and listened to you, it sounds like there's a whole bunch of things that were done without proper building permits. And are we letting those things just go, even though it's a different owner now, or did I misunderstand that? Because it sounds, I mean, I don't know, I really can't imagine how they ever got to this point. Building this enormous retaining wall, you know, driveways across people's property that they don't know about, garages that are imposing on the neighbor's property line. We're just going to let these things stay?
Ms. Walker?
So the retaining wall is a site alteration issue, not a zoning bylaw consideration. So bylaw has been involved with the retaining wall and has been dealing with that issue separately. The driveway, we will have to work with the applicants further on. The driveway concern is a new piece of information for staff, so we can look into that further. But again, it's not necessarily a zoning bylaw consideration, but we'll look into the proper entrance permits and what's been applied for. The garage is quite an old garage. It was built a number of years ago, and at that time, I'm sure everyone thought that it was located fully on the subject property. And it's through recent surveys that it's come out that a corner of the garage does encroach over the side lot line.
Committee, I'm going to read the resolution. We can continue with more questions or discussion. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 50/24 be deferred for the following to be addressed. The reduction in the height of the proposed dwelling from within 35 feet of the high water mark. Satisfactory drawings that illustrate the revised height in relation to the setbacks from the high water mark, and satisfactory confirmation that a propane tank not shown on the submitted site plan is in compliance with zoning requirements. Councillor Burry.
Thank you. And through you, I don't think there are enough qualifications to reflect the conversation we've had. So maybe we could propose an amendment that would include determining what additions have been done to the property in the recent past that were done without building permits. This is a very problematic property for me. I don't like retaining walls, and they're not environmentally very friendly. If the septic tank was there before the retaining wall, then I can go and find an engineer that will give the opposite recommendation, because we know that consultants will tell you what you want. I'm not sure.
Respect consultants, please.
I am respecting consultants. I mean, all consultants do a good job, and they work for a person. My concern here is that we're deferring this application without enough direction to staff to reflect the conversation that has gone around the table respectfully, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Burry, what would you suggest be added then?
Well, I started on it and I got cut off. I would suggest, first of all, I think staff need to look at all of the things that were built without building permits. It would appear there are a few things. I think we need to have a better handle on this problematic property before it can come back to us.
Very well.
So I don't want to, I think that this resolution is too restrictive to staff
Fair enough.
in what we want them to look at. And I do know that the planner and the manager of planning and the director are all exceedingly competent in the space. I just want them to be able to have a far broader view on the problems that we've talked about here, and not be restrictive to just height and an encroachment of a propane tank.
Councillor Kent.
I want them to look at the replacement of space, replacement of, you're gonna make the cottage bigger and the garage smaller. Like that's the most imposition on, it's always the way it looks from the water. The last thing you want to do is make the cottage bigger if the other thing's back in the corner. The height of the boathouse, the location of the retaining wall, and the building permits, that's the minimum that I think we need to be looking at. So yes, I agree with Councillor Berry completely, which is a broader scope for the deferral to come back to us. The driveway location, the second driveway location. I didn't like anything about this file when I read it, but I didn't have all the facts.
Committee, I'm seeing some heads nodding around. Perhaps Mr. Huff or Ms. Huff and I will certainly have a reputation. I'm working hard to maintain it. Yes, okay. Mr. Sharp and Director Huff can give us some guidance about how we should revise this motion, and maybe we take a 10-minute break and come back after that. Then Mayor Kelly. All right, let me ask, is there any other comments from the committee before we do that?
Thank you. And through you, I will hold off until we have the resolution ready.
But you agreed that we.
Oh, I completely agree. The scope of the work that needs to be done, actually, I'll speak to it now, needs to be much broader than it was originally cast. I think we've picked up most, if not all.
Yeah.
My comment was actually, and perhaps unusually, to Ms. Poirier. It's a shame you're not here to read and able to see the room. You have a big challenge ahead of you. We are all statutorily obligated to keep an open mind, and we will. But you're starting off on your back foot, and I think we'll be hoping to hear a much better story than we think we're hearing right now, and a much more complete story. So if we get this deferred, I hope we can get a lot of answers, and to the extent there's been some overstep and some work done that shouldn't have been done, some plans to clean up and remediate some of that as well. That's what I'll be hoping to see.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I have two comments. So first is really just I think to answer your question. I have a list of items here that we can add to the resolution. I would suggest we take a break in order to do that. But basically, it's just items for clarification so far as I can tell. So details with respect to building permits that have been issued on the property, details with respect to how that relates to any as-built development on the property, details with respect to the driveways on the property, an elevation drawing for the proposed garage, confirmation about whether the propane tank is compliant or not with respect to zoning. So those would be the details in addition to what staff has already recommended that we would be looking to add to the resolution. But what I'm not hearing from committee is if there's any changes that they would like to see to the proposal. If that's part of the discussion here today, or if you're willing just for us to go back to the drawing board with these details and come back to you with a further report.
Councillor Roberts.
Yes, thank you. I do have a change or further clarity. I believe the garage is being reduced in size to accommodate the building of the sun deck. For the main reason, and it's going higher. And I'm saying is, just let us approve the sun deck that's built, and don't do the overbuilding of the of the garage that impacts the rear neighbor. So that's just a thought I have.
Ms. Walker, you want to comment on that?
I just want to get clarity. Are you asking that the garage be reduced in height from what is currently being proposed?
Yes, because we don't really know what that height's going to be, but we've had a delegate here come here and say, you know, you're now going to be 21 feet, where he was sort of happy with the 10. And then I say, what's the justification? Why is we allowing an oversized lot or undersized lot to have a bigger garage? Where is it only because they're sort of shuffling things around so they can get approval on the sun deck? And if that's the case, just approve the sun deck and not do the oversized garage.
Ms. Walker, just for clarification, the area that's being added to the dwelling, I believe it's at the rear of the dwelling. Am I correct on that? And what does the sun,
Yeah.
is it also at the front?
Yeah, so the garage is being reduced to reduce the coverage and that additional coverage, but it's going up, correct? So the additional coverage is being added to the cottage. The cottage is having an addition to the rear. It is being increased in height. And then there is a unenclosed covered porch being constructed on an existing sun deck off the front.
Does
Now,
that contribute to coverage?
It does not, because that was already an impermeable sun deck that it's being located on. So that addition off the front requires relief from the front yard setback, but it doesn't add to the overall coverage on the property.
Okay.
So the main increase in coverage to the dwelling is going to be to the rear of the existing dwelling.
Thank you. Councillor Burry?
So specifically, if thank you and through you, specifically, if the retaining wall was constructed without permit, I'd like to see it removed. And I know that that's been done before. If the sun deck or decking was enclosed without a permit, I'd like to see that removed.
Sorry, do you mean enclosed or going from permeable to impermeable?
So it went from permeable to impermeable, which to me means it was an open deck and then it was enclosed. So it went from non-habitable to habitable coverage, if we're going to use the technical terms. And if that happened without a building permit, I'd like to see it pulled back. I think I'm speaking for the majority of council. This is the kind of application we see that you know, how did they get to do that? The question we get asked an awful lot. And so for this one, I think that staff have done a really good job getting us to here, and I know they can get us over the finish line. But quite frankly, I don't want to turn a blind eye on anything that was done without a permit, that was done illegally. That was, if the second driveway was done without a permit, as Councillor Roberts pointed out, like, we need to understand what was done, when it was done, and what was done legally, and that's great. But the stuff that wasn't done legally, we can't just say, oh, they did it, but we can't catch them, so now they get to keep it. Because that's what's happening in our township, and that's the piece that everyone is now doing the one-up personship, right? They have it, so I have it. Yeah. Well, it's illegal for them. Well, how do they have it and I don't have it? So I'm taking maybe this application as a time for us to step up our game, to understand what's been done. And I get it. If you can get away with it, why not? I mean, I was sat at the back of the class too. You know, I mean, but for this one, I mean, specifically, the retaining wall looks bad. And I know that we have insisted on retaining walls and beaches being removed before, because I can see one, or I can't see it anymore, it's gone, from my boathouse. So I know we have the power to do that. If it was built without a permit, I think it's got to go. So what else is there? And I hope I'm not speaking out of turn and not too forcefully. Sometimes I get to be the spokesmodel. I get that, and I'm happy to be a bit of a hard nut here.
Ms. Walker, I think there's a clarification needed on permeable versus impermeable versus coverage for Councillor
Through
Burry.
you, so I'll speak to the sun deck and then I'll let Director Huff speak to the retaining wall that's on the subject property, if that's okay with you. So It might be helpful if we bring up the presentation showing the dwelling with the sun deck out front. And I think their main confusion, and just to add clarity, is when staff speaks to an impermeable versus a permeable sun deck, we're speaking to if water can get through the sun deck. So an impermeable sun deck would be like a Duradeck situation where there's a membrane in it. It doesn't mean it's a habitable space. So I want to make that clarification. Part of this sun deck, so where the barbecue is located on this photo, that's half of the sun deck was always an impermeable sun deck, and that's not proposed to change. But when they replaced the sun deck, it was meant to be replaced 1-for-1 in the second half of the sun deck on the left side of the photo was replaced with an impermeable sun deck. So it used to be permeable and now it's gone to an impermeable sun deck. So that does increase your lot coverage on a property because water can no longer get through that, and it does act as a roof. So that's the as-built portion of the sun deck that has been constructed and would need relief from additional coverage on the property. And I hope that adds a bit of clarification on that.
To be clear, the applicant wants to build a roof with no walls over that permeable deck. Therefore, it doesn't, that roof is not adding any additional coverage because it's on a deck that's already considered in the coverage, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
It will be located approximately where the barbecue is located on the sun deck. That is impermeable. It already counts towards lot coverage.
Right.
So the addition of essentially a second-story roof doesn't increase the coverage on the property. It does need relief from front yard setback requirements, but it does not add to the coverage on the property.
Mr. Sharp, do your points cover what Councillor Burry was suggesting?
Thank you, Chair. Really, I think the only comment that I would add is that I think ultimately, I think what you're asking is for as part of the deferral for the agent and the applicant to go back to the drawing board and find ways to reduce the overall built form on the property in some way, shape, or form. Be it, removal of the unenclosed porch, a reduction in the size of the garage, a reduction in the height of the dwelling and or the garage, or both.
Would that also include the retaining wall in that discussion?
It certainly could be considered. I think, as Ms. Walker had correctly pointed out, it is an enforcement issue. It is being and has been addressed by the bylaw enforcement division. With that being said, as Ms. Walker had indicated, it does add to the built form on the property.
Thank you.
But it's not, part of what's in front of committee per se. There's no, variance or exemption related to that retaining wall.
And just to be clear, the retaining wall that we're talking about is the tall one to the side of the building, not the one across the front.
I believe both the retaining wall that's in front of the septic system and the boulders along the shoreline are both subject to enforcement action by the township.
Okay. Okay, here. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. My question would be to Bryce, or my request. So I tried to follow the roof height that they would like, because that does concern me, and I wasn't quite able. So I'm just gonna say my contractor's hat came on and a second floor got involved. I'm just saying. So the height of the roof is really a concern for me, and I understand they have the ability to be 35 feet high.
No, they don't.
Well, I'm just saying,
No, they don't.
in general, like not all of the other things, people have the ability to have a building as high as 35 feet high, a residential building. So that it concerns me that we don't have that information, or at least I haven't been able to pick it out. And that's something I'm wanting more details when we come back.
Councillor Roberts, you had your hand up?
I was hesitant to bring it up, but I will now. Thank you for the septic system. I'd heard that from the one presenter or the one person in opposition, that the second driveway was over top of the septic system. So I'm saying, okay, if that was over top of the septic system and they have a new septic system, was there a permit for that septic system that is so close to the water? Because,
Mr. Sharp, I think that might be part of the answer coming back with the deferral. And Ms. Walker, comments?
Yeah, we can look into the location of the septic permit further, but there was a septic permit issued in 2018 on this property, but I don't have the specifics of where the septic was permitted through that permit, so we can look into that further.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. I really have got concerns with this because you're 17%. So if you've got something, you want more room, you start turning them that way. So then, I don't think the garage should go up 21 feet if it's blocking somebody, because it's putting more and more in. Yes, we have square footage and everything else like that, but it's looking at the as-built, the same as the roof over that second story deck. They've got a roof over the lower one. That should be looked at as well. Thank you.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. And I think I'm now just wanting to go back to that sun deck for a moment, just for my own clarity. I know that this will be coming back, but I really did appreciate that description between the impermeable. I think that gave me further understanding perhaps to what's before us. If we can go back to that sun deck, and I'm not sure if you can respond or not, but the part that was created, just so I understand the history of the sun deck, existed. What I think I'm understanding now is that impermeable section to the left might have been constructed differently without a building permit to change the function of that portion of it, and is thus under a bylaw enforcement matter. So I guess that's my first question. I just want clarity on that.
That portion of the sun deck is not under a bylaw enforcement matter, but the replacement of it from permeable to impermeable came up through staff's review of this current application. But your understanding is correct. So when a building permit was issued to replace that deck, it was to be replaced as it was, same extent, material, etc. And it all got replaced with a Duradeck or a membrane, making it an impermeable sun deck, when only half of it was permitted to be impermeable. The rest had to remain as a normal sun deck. Does that help?
Councillor Mazin.
No, I think I am further confused, but I do. So I'm looking at the entire deck, barbecue to the other side.
Yes.
Is this now all impermeable?
Correct.
That's what I was not understanding completely. And but the portion then that that is being requested is to have that left-hand section being now enclosed space.
So it's twofold. So the left-hand section gets encompassed through the lot coverage that they're requesting on the property. In addition to that, they're proposing a covered porch over the right-hand side of the sun deck.
Right.
That doesn't increase lot coverage, but that portion of the application does require an exemption from front yard setbacks.
Okay, fine.
Councillor
Thank you.
Mazin.
Thank you. And I just am curious then, if a sun deck goes from, this is the first time I've heard this is a clarity here, from a permeable to an impermeable, that doesn't trigger a bylaw enforcement issue as it is.
Ms. Walker.
I think I'll try and then Mr. Sharp can add if needed, but I think it could potentially trigger a need for the building department to follow up on that because it wasn't constructed as per the permit and it wouldn't comply with zoning potentially. But in this case, it only got flagged at the time that staff did the review of this application.
So, sorry, supplemental.
Councillor Mazin.
Does that need to be included as a request or a next step in whatever said list by staff to look into?
Mr. Sharp, but the way you, can we draft the new resolution to include that item? Because there is clearly a lot of interest in it, on how that extension of the deck as impermeable has affected the application and how it happened.
Through you, Chair, yes, certainly, you know, I think we could draft something up that's, you know, somewhat general that would allow us and the applicant and agent to have a conversation about ways that, you know, built form and density could be reduced on the property. Be it through, you know, a reduction in the impermeable sun deck or, you know, the other things that I had previously mentioned.
Okay.
Those can all be considered. Thank you.
Committee, Director.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to pop in at this late stage. I just want to recognize, certainly there seems to be a lot of interest in this property and the history of the property, and we'll provide the information that's been requested. I just want to provide a note of caution that when staff make recommendations, we're not going to be basing a recommendation based on bylaw enforcement issues, right? Like, we're going to really be focusing on the impact of the built form and the application at hand. And of course, that might be very interesting and important for your decision, but from a planning perspective and the recommendation we bring forward, we're really going to be focusing on the policies of our plan and the regulations and so on and so forth. So I just wanted to temper the expectations on the report coming back, but certainly we'll provide all of the information that's requesting and understand that it's really important to understand the history on this property.
Councillor Berry, Councillor Kent, and then I think we will.
Well, I
Defer.
thank you, and through you, it's a question for Director Huff and potentially for CAO Pink. At what point do we look as a township in the totality of built form? Because what I've just heard you say is the planning, not bylaw. And we have both. And the issue for those of us that are on the lakefront and are dealing with how come they get to do that is the totality of built form, which includes an awful lot of the time contravention to bylaws, people doing what they want to do because they can. So I hear you, Director Huff, that, you know, that we're a planning committee and this is just planning. So where in our township do we look at the totality of built form? And if you want to slough that off to the CAO, I'm completely okay with that.
Director Huff.
I'll take a quick stab and then leave it for the CAO to complete the thought. So and my comments were not to say that we're not looking at the totality, but of what's there, but we don't want to be guiding our decision based on how it got there, if I could. So that's, I think, the distinction. It's not like we're going to turn a blind eye to the fact that there's a retaining wall, where of course that does add to the built form on the property, but we're not going to guide our decision based on how that retaining wall came to be in the first place.
Can we have our decision, because we get to make the ultimate decision, even if we disagree with staff, to look at the totality of built form? Or where does that, I guess I'm gonna come back to CAO Pink. At what point do we as councillors look at the total piece of built form, not just, yes, it fits into the Planning Act and it ticks all those boxes? So, I mean, maybe this is a bigger issue. It's certainly a bigger issue than this particular application. I get that. But at what point can we have a discussion? Because I want to get this before the horses out of the barn, like some of the other stuff that's going on the lake. And I obviously there's frustration. Over to you.
CAO Pink.
Thank you, through you. I'm not sure, to be honest, if I could say it much better than Director Huff. I'm a little unclear, I guess, what you mean by totality of built form and construction. I think our official plan has numerous policies that speak to character, built form, lot coverage, density, setbacks, height, all to ensure that the natural form dominates, the environment is protected, and so on. What the official plan does not contain, to my knowledge, nor have I ever seen in an OMB or an OLT hearing, is a policy that states decisions shall be made on whether the property owner obtained building permits or how it was constructed. And I think that's what Director Huff is simply saying. So to provide some clarity to your previous comments as well, I want committee to be clear. Again, we staff certainly appreciate the frustration and share your frustration with building without permits. And I think staff does an excellent job in enforcing that activity. And I think we've taken notable steps in the last few years to be more diligent and stringent on that. And I think we have seen improvements. However, ultimately, this committee does not have the authority, I think, to the previous comments, to remove buildings. Property owners have a right to apply for a building permit, and the chief building official is obligated to issue that building permit if it complies with all applicable law, including the zoning bylaws. So whether they built without a permit, they have a right to subsequently apply and correct that violation. Should it not comply with the zoning bylaw, they have a right to make an application before you, which they've done. Again, staff will review, and I would encourage committee to review those applications against the policies in the official plan, not how they got there. And subsequently, again, you have the right to make the decision on that application, and a property owner has a right to appeal said decision. That is the process we're bound by, and staff are bound by. So happy to have further discussions and understand better the totality of built form. If there are concerns with the proposed development as to the extent of built form, I think that's certainly a valid discussion and a factor in your decision making. And staff's happy to provide, as Director Huff noted, all the background on activities for your information. But I would caution or encourage you not to make a decision based on, again, whether permits were issued or not. Again, there's no policy in the official plan to that effect. And in my experience, it does get raised at tribunal hearings. In my experience, chairs do not put any weight on that. They simply cut off those arguments and state those are enforcement issues, and we leave that with the municipality.
Councillor Zavitz. Councillor Kent, you've asked a lot of questions. There's some others.
Thank you. It's for you. So it's, I've been listening a lot and, you know, a lot of emotion, et cetera. But I think to CAO's point, we are limited here as much latitude as we have. We are limited to looking at this particular project that staff has come forward. And, you know, we are, if I could use the word limited, it's probably not the right word. The scope of what we can do is, as a planning committee, is to say, you know what, you've got what you've got, and that's enough. And I know we've done that over the years as well. So to not consider anything more on this file in terms of all these asks, that you have what you have, there's the property. So I would ask, I guess, Jennifer, is that something that we can do as a committee to say this file, instead of deferring or whatever, this file is what it is? You know, they will get no further consideration. It is what it is. The property is what it is. So the wall stays, this stays. I guess this is horse trading, but that's it. Is that what we're limited to? I mean, it seems that we are. Otherwise, we're really we're going to go back. We're going to give them a list. They're going to say yes, no. At the end of the day, where are we? So am I wrong to say that we could just simply say this file, as it came to planning, is what it is, and there's no further development on this property whatsoever? There's a question. Thank you.
Director Huff.
Thank you, through the chair. I mean, certainly it's within the purview of the committee to, essentially what you're saying is deny all of the requests that are before you in part of this application. So that's certainly one option. The recommendation from staff is just a deferral to get further information to you, as well as to work with the applicant to perhaps reduce the ask and bring something a little more palatable back. Essentially, that's where you're at in this process today.
Councillor Edwards, and then I'm going to suggest we let staff come back with we take a break. We've had a long run here. We take a break and we come back with a revised resolution encompassing what staff, I'm sure, have captured properly.
Thank you.
Councillor Edwards.
Through the chair, if I get what we're said, if somebody has something, they built something illegal on it, and then they get permission for it. Now they build something on top of that because the other was legal now. And it just keeps growing. That's 17%. And I think we've
All right.
got to stop somewhere. Thank you.
Committee, are we general in agreement? I think we've talked this one as much as we can. I will, let's resume at 11:15 and we will thank staff for working through the break.
And I heard a whole bunch of.
Well, that's why we let Bryce do it.
Yeah, thank you. Just tried to write down.
Oh, Christ, we got two more before lunchtime. All right, committee, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Committee, the staff have drafted a new resolution that they believe will cover all the points that we were discussing. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be resolved that the resolution be amended to add the following. Reduction in built form / density in addition to a reduction in the height of the proposed dwelling. Site-specific property development details in order to assist committee with its understanding of the property and its history. Staff believe that that will cover, they will be able to work with the items that we have raised in this meeting and come back with a report after the deferral. So the first one said we're going to defer with 3 conditions. This is adding 2 more. Any further discussion on this, committee? Very well. I call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. And I think we just say now, so now we agree, we approve the motion as amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Right. The next item is ZBA 0625, the Beaumaris Land Company Limited at 1022 Tondren Island Road and 1197 Beaumaris Road. And Ms. Crowder, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bosemore. And good morning, members of committee. I'll just wait for it to get pulled up.
Are we live? Didn't ask.
Okay, so the next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 0625 in the name of the Beaumaris Land Company. The subject lands are known municipally as 1022 Tondren Island Road and 1197 Beaumaris Road. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plans on pages 273 and 274 of the agenda package. The lands known as 1197 Beaumaris Road are currently developed with a clubhouse, a golf course, sport courts, accessory buildings and structures, and docks. The lands known as 1022 Tondren Island Road are currently developed with 2 dwellings, multiple sheds, a detached garage, and a 1-story boathouse with an associated dock. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted zoning sketch on page 279 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the zoning bylaw amendment application is to accomplish a number of rezonings as follows. First, to rezone part of the lands known as 1022 Tondren Island Road from waterfront residential, steep slopes, and/or narrow water body WR5-7 to open space commercial holding OS3-H, and part of a near shore area from WR5-7 to water body open space WOS. Second, to rezone a part of the lands known as 1197 Beaumaris Road from open space commercial OS3 to water body open space WOS. And third, to rezone part of the lands known as 1197 Beaumaris Road from OS3 to environmental protection EP1. The purpose of the proposed holding provision is to ensure that no further buildings or structures are constructed aside from the proposed dock addition on the lands until such time as the lands are merged on title and until the existing buildings are demolished on 1022 Tondren Island Road, with the exception of the existing detached garage, boathouse, and dock. Next slide, please. A number of zoning exemptions have also been applied for as part of this application, which seek to permit the following. A dock addition resulting in an excess in cumulative dock width once 1197 Bamaris Road and 1022 Tondren Island Road have merged on title. Recognize an existing garage located on the lands known as 1022 Tondren Island Road to be 16.9 feet from the rear lot line, currently referred to as the front lot line per site-specific bylaw 1992-114. Prohibit a wayside pit or quarry on the subject lands. Require a minimum front yard setback for on-land buildings and structures of 98.4 feet for the lands known as 1022 Tondren Island Road. Require a minimum front yard setback for any new parking area with greater than 2 parking spaces to be 197 feet for the lands known as 1022 Tondren Island Road, and restrict a maximum lot coverage on the lands known as 1022 Tondren Island Road to 10% of the existing lot area, even once the lands are merged on title with the abutting lands known as 1197 Bamaris Road. Lastly, this application seeks to repeal bylaw 1992-114, a site-specific bylaw which was passed as part of concurrent consent applications B 296, 297, 91, which swapped lands between the 2 land holdings noted above. This bylaw states that the minimum lot area of the lands, known as 1197 Bamaris Road, shall be 12 acres, deem the front lot line of 1022 Tondren Island Road as the lot line abutting Bamaris Road, and requires a minimum rear yard setback from the lagoon to be 35 feet. Next slide, please. As noted in the staff report, the measurements on the circulated site plan are somewhat misleading when it comes to cumulative dock width values, as they were grouped together and do not reflect the actual width of each individual dock. The agent for the application has now provided staff with a revised site plan which provides these values. Given the new information, staff can provide further analysis. The revised numbers indicate a cumulative dock width of 604.3 feet in total, which equates to 46.5% of the proposed resultant lot frontage. Under Section 3.2G of the Township Zoning Bylaw and the existing dock configuration, a dock addition 151 feet in width and 80 feet in length could be constructed, which could result in a dock addition that is over 12,000 square feet in size. Given the sheer scale of this possible dock addition and the uncertainty around how this permission could change the character of the existing development and surrounding area, staff hold the recommendation that shoreline structures should be restricted to their existing extent and location. This would mean that any future changes to shoreline structures would need to come through committee. If committee is considering approval of the application, staff recommend that a revision be made to the bylaw to update the requested exemption for cumulative dock width to the newly provided values and include a schedule to reflect these values. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 29 days in advance of this meeting, and 4 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, stating no objection to the application. Comments were received from Matt Veach, Development and Transportation Engineer Coordinator, stating that a reduction in setbacks from the road allowance can present future maintenance issues and increased costs associated with maintenance. Operational Services would prefer that the setback from the road allowance be achieved if at all possible. Comments were received from Douglas Holland, the Township's Fire Prevention Officer, stating no concerns with the application, but stating that the calculated fire response time is 14 minutes and 46 seconds based on the fire department's average shoot time in the last 36 months and a travel distance of 2.4 kilometers from the fire station. The Fire Smart Homeowners Manual should be consulted to understand how treatments to the property influence wildfire spread. Comments were received from Sarah Campbell, planner for the District Municipality of Muskoka, stating no objection to the application. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 0625, the Bamaris Land Company, be approved subject to the following. That a site plan control bylaw be passed to address implementation of the recommendations made within the fish habitat assessment prepared by Beacon Environmental Limited and dated February 12th, 2025 for the proposed dock addition, and implementation of the recommendations made within the scoped EIS prepared by Beacon Environmental Limited and dated June 13th, 2025 for future on-land development. That revisions be made to the draft bylaw to include relief from section 3.23.1, being the minimum required setback from a lot line abutting a street, to recognize the existing garage at a setback of 16.5 feet from the lot line abutting Tondren Island Road. Indicate that the width of the proposed dock addition is the lesser of the two dimensions, resulting in a lesser cumulative dock width than cited in the draft bylaw. Restrict shoreline structures to their existing envelopes. Permit the resultant lot size to be 15.87 acres, where 25 acres is required for a lot zoned open space commercial, OS3. And further, I would recommend that the resolution be revised or swapped with a new resolution that includes the revision that I spoke to earlier in the report, which is substituting the cumulative dock width values for the newly updated values, and updates to any associated schedule that would be alongside that. And I've prepared that draft resolution to be substituted if committee wishes to do so. I have no further comments at this time, but I'm happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crowder. The applicant's agent, I believe, is Mr. Allen.
Hello again. My name is Ryan Allen, registered professional planner, 16 McNabb Street, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L 1R4. I'm representing the Beaumaris Yacht Club and the Beaumaris Land Company, who is the owner of the subject lands. I'm sure you're all familiar with the subject property. It has a long history and a storied past. I would note that Mr. Prowse, the proprietor, indicated that this place was the best on the continent for hay fever people, which is a very bold claim. But we have 100+ years of ongoing continued use on these lands for various resort and recreational purposes. Next slide, please. The whole purpose of this application, the Beaumaris Land Company has acquired the old McDermott property at 1022 Tondren Island Road and would like to add it to their larger land holdings. Currently, they own more than 167 acres on Tondren Island with more than 6,600 feet of frontage, which is more than 50% of the island itself. Next slide, please. Ms. Walker explained the application is a bit of a beast, and it's been a long time coming. Through the research that was completed initially, we discovered that there was some zoning anomalies. Part of Lake Muskoka is zoned open space, and this application not only proposes to rezone the McDermott property to be consistent with the open space zoning of the larger land holdings of the club, but also to correct and align the water body open space zoning with the Lake Muskoka water body, and the small island within the lagoon and a portion of the shoreline is proposed to be rezoned to environmental protection, which those lands are currently zoned open space for development. Next slide, please. In addition to the zone change, there's a number of restrictions and permissions that are proposed on 1020 Tondren Island Road. The first is to increase the minimum setback. Currently, there's a bylaw on the books that allows a 35-foot setback. The minimum would be 65 standard in the bylaw. We're proposing to increase the building setback to 100 feet. This eliminates any tree removal along the shoreline area. There's an increased parking setback for any parking lot that contains more than 2 parking spaces. This will ensure that any large new surface parking area is located more than 200 feet back from the shoreline. And any future construction of a parking lot will be subject to site plan approval, which will consider stormwater management, drainage, lighting, all of those details. There's an existing garage that's backed by the road. Changing the zone requires us to recognize the existing setback of the building. And there's an existing 2-slip, 1-story boathouse that is located in the lagoon area with a dock addition. There's a 10-slip dock addition that is proposed. There's a holding zone that is proposed on 1022 to require the merger and the demolition of all of the buildings but the boathouse and the existing garage. Next slide, please. Beacon Environmental prepared a site evaluation report, which included a fish habitat assessment. They also completed an environmental impact study, both which came back with recommendations to mitigate any impacts. Mikulski Nielsen completed a boating impact assessment brief, which confirmed that the 10 additional slips associated with the dock addition have a negligible impact on the boat traffic in the area. The the dock itself is located within a small lagoon, which is not visible from the greater part of Lake Muskoka, and the character of the property will not change. The recommendation from staff to prohibit all future dock additions, the Beaumaris Land Company strenuously objects to that recommendation. We believe that any restriction related to the extension of legal non-complying docks should be considered as part of the overall zoning update and review process, and consider other lots that have similar zoning with similar overwidth docks, so all properties can be treated fairly and equally. Happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. Do we have anybody here wishing to speak in favor of the application? Anybody online that we know of? Anybody wishing to speak against the application? Either here or online? Yes, sir? Yeah, good morning and welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. For the property 1022 Tondern Island Road, the future parking, and I guess this is to Ryan, the future parking, has there been an assessment done to the increased traffic that's going to be on Tondern Island Road from what was 3 cars for that property to dozens and dozens? And ask that because it is the entrance exit from that property has restricted sightlines.
Might ask Ms. Crowder that if she has some input on that first, and then maybe Mr. Allen if needed.
Or do you want me to ask all my questions and then?
No, let's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Through you, Chair. So the plans that have been presented to staff to date are conceptual. And Mr. Allen, we asked if this was definitive plans or if they have definitive plans for the lands. And at this time, he said that there aren't definitive plans. So I think that the parking areas, as my understanding, is a conceptual idea. There haven't been any traffic studies that have been submitted to planning staff, but I don't know if the agent has undertook any kind of studies as part of plans that we may not be aware of at this point. So I would direct that question to Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen?
Yes, thank you, Chair. An assessment of traffic has not been completed, and Ms. Crowder is correct that the concept parking plan is just a concept at this point. The club has various stakeholders and members and funding that needs to be coordinated. So there's many conversations and discussions to be had before a final decision and plan is put forward.
And so assessment would be done if that was the actual proposal then.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair. If the lands were to be developed with a parking area, that does not trigger the site plan control process, which would be the process where we would have the means to require such an assessment. So, and we considered imposing site plan control as part of our recommendation, but took a look at policy and some previous decisions that have happened, and we don't believe we have the ability to impose site plan control for a parking area. So it's a bit tricky as to how we could require such an assessment. I'd look to the agent. I see they have their hand up. Maybe that's something that they are
Mr. Allen?
volunteering to do.
Yeah, Mr. Allen?
Thank you. Through you, and not to dispute Ms. Crowder's comments, but Section 41 of the Planning Act defines development to include commercial parking lots. It'd be my professional opinion that the township absolutely has the ability to require site plan approval for any parking located on this site. It's zoned open space commercial, and a parking lot would be a commercial parking lot. So we would be happy to enter into a site plan agreement to consider drainage, parking, traffic, because I think the township has the ability to do so.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair. We did take a look at Section 41 of the Planning Act, and we have looked at some previous decisions relevant to that section. Commercial parking areas have been in decisions held up as individual parking areas that are created for that are paid parking typically. So in a city center, when you create a commercial parking area and you have to pay for that parking, and that's the function of the property, that has been held up as a commercial parking area. However, a parking area on this kind of property that is particularly to serve this business or this operation, we don't believe has the ability to impose site plan control. However, it sounds like the applicant's agent is volunteering to do so. And I think that that's wonderful. So we can certainly, you know, subject this application to site plan control. We just didn't want to be in a position where we impose it against the applicant's wishes and potentially face appeal for something we didn't feel we could defend.
Thank you very much. All right, so I will admit I have gone outside of my normal process here. I will let you continue on with your 5 minutes, of which you have 4 minutes left, and we will ask the questions. I'll come back to what is our regular process. My apologies for that.
No,
So go ahead.
I read the environmental study and the fish habitat study, of which I'm not an expert in, so I may have missed this. But was there, I didn't see a reference to the existing salamanders, turtles, blue heron that are in that area. Did I miss that, or was that taken into account? I don't know who I asked.
All right, we will we'll answer your questions at the end.
Okay. And then in the boating impact opinion letter, there is reference to proposed additional slips, photo 3 and 4, in the small cove facing Gibraltar Island. And I'd just like further explanation on that, please. And that's it.
That's it.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Crowder, perhaps you could just address those two issues before we ask for anybody else.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, so the submitted environmental impact study did take a look at species at risk and habitat for potential species at risk. And I don't know that I mean, I'm not a ecologist or biologist, so I don't begin to know which species are endangered and which aren't. But the assessment done by the qualified professional has evaluated those species. Whether it referenced I think it was the blue heron that was mentioned, and turtles and salamanders. We could seek potential further clarification from the environmental consultant that did the study and ask them if they considered those particular species. But what I can say is that the ecologist was asked to look at species at risk, and if those ones weren't mentioned, then I imagine they weren't present, but I don't know.
All right. Do we have anybody else wishing to speak for or against this application?
Yeah, third question. About dogs.
Yeah, there was another question about dogs. Thank you. Just explain, I think our delegate asked further explanation about the docks.
Yeah, sorry, if you don't mind.
So to get back to your previous comment, so there are existing salamanders, turtles, blue heron. So they do exist on the property. So as I say, I just didn't see it referenced. And to your point, I don't know whether that's considered whatever.
Species at risk.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Or not. The other question was in the boating impact opinion letter, there is reference to proposed additional slips in a small cove facing Gibraltar Island. And that would, I think, conflict with the fact that that area is being switched to environmental protected as part of this policy. So just more explanation on that, I guess, please.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair. Yeah, sorry if I mentioned that maybe the species aren't there. They very much, I'm sure, are there. What I meant is if they weren't evaluated specifically in this assessment, it's because they aren't considered endangered or species at risk. So yeah, the assessment was looking specifically at species at risk. What I will say about the boat assessment is that Mikowski Nielsen went and evaluated the proposed dock slips and commented on those. But I know that they also mentioned that based on their observations, not only would the proposed slips be okay and wouldn't cause hazards, but that an additional 10 slips would also not cause a hazard. So I don't think there's any actual plans for more than the 10 slips that are being proposed here today. But I think that their comment was more so to say that we don't have any concerns. And in fact, if they were to double their proposal today, we still don't see any concerns. Yeah, so beyond any further specifics, I'd look to the consultant that that performed the study, but hopefully that provides some
Because it was
clarification.
referencing a different location than just the lagoon.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any proposal for any different location. This application today just seeks the slips that are in the lagoon.
Okay.
Yes.
And if, sorry, separate question. If the land is approved to be switched from open space to environmental protected, could dock space be put on environmental protected land?
Through you, Chair. Great question. No. So docks are not permitted to be erected from environmental protection lands. The docks would have to be adhered to and project from lands that are zoned for such a use, such as the OS3 zoned lands. But no, you wouldn't be able to construct a dock where the proposed EP1 lands are.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Do we have any other online? Does it look like? No. Good. Committee, do we have questions for the applicant, agents, or to our staff? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the staff. There was mention that the Mr. Veach's report talked about if we could adhere to the required setback. Can you elaborate on that? Thank you.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Roberts. Yes, so Mr. Veach's comments, he's our development and transportation engineer on staff. He commented that where a structure is in proximity to a township road allowance, they should adhere to the minimum required setback, which is 25 feet. However, in this particular case, the garage on 1022 Tondron Island Road, which has been there for many, many years, it's considered a legal non-complying structure. It has been located at a 16.9 foot setback since its construction and erection, and that setback is not proposed to change. The only reason that relief for that feature is even being included is because the zoning of the lands is changing and what's considered to be the front lot line and the rear lot line of this particular lot are changing. So this building isn't changing size, it isn't changing location, not changing height. There's nothing changing to the building. It's just being situated there. Operational Services provides that comment to protect their roads and just make it clear that, you know, this isn't an ideal location, but, you know, in planning, legal non-complying rights are very strong and that building is permitted to stay there.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you to Emily. I have a question and then I'll have a comment later. So Emily, I wonder if you could, on your site-specific property details zoning schedule 37, could you elaborate on that? I guess my thought being, if I might, that was that pre this particular file coming forward, or has that been on this property for many, many years? And if that's the case, would it not be changing or being adapted based on this request?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair. To Councillor Zavitz, sorry, you said zoning schedule 37?
On your site-specific property details, table 4.
Oh, thank you. Let me go to that. Yes, so table 4, the schedule of the zoning is 37. The zoning will be changing through this application if it's approved. This table represents the current screenshot, the current snapshot in time. So it includes the zoning of what the lots are today. And then if this application were approved, the zones would be changing and schedule 37 would be updated to reflect council's decision.
All right. Any further questions from committee? Let me read the resolution then. So this resolution, Ms. Crowder, I believe, has been updated with your suggested changes. This is based on new information, I believe.
That's right, Chair. And I would also just note if we do want to, I think the resolution you have in front of you is the original, and then Ms. Hollows has the revised one. But I would also just note that if committee is interested in imposing site plan control for this 1022 Tondern Island Road in light of this future parking area, that we would need to further amend the resolution to impose the lands to site plan control.
And Ms. Crowder, is that something you would recommend? if
I
it was
would,
offered?
through you, if the applicant is offering and willing to do it, it's something that we wanted to do, but we just weren't sure we could. I think it's the smart and responsible thing to do. If there's going to be a significant parking area, let's take a look at traffic and let's take a look at stormwater management.
Mr. Allen, would that be acceptable if we added that to resolution?
Absolutely would be, Mr. Chair. We were expecting to have to do it anyhow.
Thank you very much. Do we want to add that then?
Yeah, I just wouldn't mind conferring for just a moment.
We'll take just whatever few minutes it takes staff to correct this. Right, I'm going to read the original resolution as published, and then we will have a secondary resolution that includes the two aspects that we agreed to in the meeting here. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Edwards, be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 06/25 Beaumaris Land Company Limited be approved, subject to the following. That a site plan control bylaw be passed to address the following: implementation of the recommendations made within the fish habitat prepared by Beacon Environmental Limited and dated February 12th, 2025 for the proposed dock addition, and implementation of the recommendations made within the scope EIS prepared by Beacon Environmental Limited and dated June 13th, 2025 for future on-land development. That revision be made to the draft bylaw to include relief from section 3-23-1 being the minimum required setback from a lot line abutting a street to recognize the existing garage at a setback of 16.5 feet from the lot line abutting the Tondren Island Road. Indicate that the width of the proposed dock additions is the lesser of the two dimensions, resulting in a lesser cumulative dock width than cited in the draft bylaw. Restrict shoreline restrictions to their existing envelopes and permit the resultant lot size to be 15.87 acres, where 25 acres is required for a lot zoned open space commercial OS.
Yeah.
Like to call that one? No.
No, and then
All right.
you can read, and you're going to now amend it.
Now, so here's the amendments. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that the resolution be amended to add the following to the first paragraph: stormwater management, traffic and other matters as necessary for development of the lands known as 1022 Tondon Road, and to add the following to the second paragraph: update the numbers associated with cumulative dock width and update the associated schedules as necessary. So those two, we're adding the the parking lot to the site plan control, and we are updating the numbers associated with the dock width. All right. So I've read those. Do we have any further discussion? All those in favor? Councillor Zabitz. Well, it's comments or questions. Sorry. I've read the resolution. You can make your comment now. Sorry. So go ahead and make comments.
Well, I would like to make a comment for the public record, if I might.
Yeah, of
And
course.
thank you. And through you, of course. Emily Crowder made a reference earlier to character in the area. And while I'm certainly not against this development, and not a lot of people there, et cetera, I think the bigger thing is that, we do in Ward A represent many islanders and water dwelling tax-paying residents who access Beaumaris. And one of the concerns that I've noticed, and I've heard from many who are water-based people, use that particular access, that artery, where we have a dock. And the Township of Muskoka Lake supports a dock. And then, of course, there's the larger cement dock that the general public has access to. So my concern, and to get it on the public record, and some of the folks are here today, is just to express that notion that, it feels like there's some oxygen coming out of the room. And I think this is great that, this is a great opportunity, a great club. It's social, it fills every one of our boxes. But my concern is, and so therefore I want to get it noted, that, we need to preserve water access for people that only have that as their way to get to their particular properties. A little wrinkle here, we are right now having a survey of the public for both Windermere and the Beaumaris dock in terms of, hey, what do you think we should do with it? We're asking the public consultation piece. And on that document, on that survey, it actually says, do you think, somehow it says, do you think we should change the use of that dock, which sent a shiver through every single islander that is in Ward A and whatever other ward, because it inferred, if you will, almost negatively, that we're contemplating some other use for that dock or selling it or whatever, which of course is, I don't believe is the case, but I just sort of cautionary tale, get it on the record. People are concerned of the loss of this place, or the restrictions being placed on this particular area as an access point. The club's over there, but the club's over there and now it's over there. You know, it's getting smaller and smaller. There's a marina there. Is that going to get sold? So there's a lot of questions and concerns. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Now we have to approve the main motion as amended, the main motion as amended.
Through you, Chair.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to point out that Mr. Allen has his hand raised just in case you didn't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Chair Bosworth. I just wanted to highlight the fact that the Beaumaris Land Company is strenuously opposed to the recommendation to limit docks to the existing envelope. So we would request that that be struck from the resolution.
Ms. Crowder, can you please give your comments on that?
Through you, Chair. I would just highlight that it's not that township staff are opposed to any changes to the docks in future. I think that our concern is what those might look like, given the very permissive nature of the particular section of the zoning bylaw. It permits as of right an addition that's 151 feet in width, 80 feet in length, which equates to over 12,000 square feet in size. So it's not that the township is against any future additions, but it's more so that we do have concerns that potential configurations could really impact the built form and the character of the area. And by imposing this restriction, it means that this council and, committee and council will have more oversight of what's proposed in future.
Committee, I'd be interested if anybody on the committee is interested in entertaining us from this point by Mr. Ryan. Councilor Nishikawa.
I had that same concern when I read the report, that it looked like it was open-ended. So I would agree with the planning staff that this should be left in.
Any other comments? Thank you for your input, Mr. Ryan. Mr. Allen, I think, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. If I could just make one more suggestion, I would note that a waterfront residential lot that is over width in docks, even 100% of the frontage is still allowed to extend 25% up to a maximum of 75 feet. If the committee is looking at restricting envelopes to existing docking widths, at the very least, I would request that we would be permitted to extend 70 feet width of dock, which is consistent with what would be permitted on a 300-foot waterfront residential zone lot that had similarly over width docks. Just looking to ensure that everyone's treated equally here.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair. Without pulling out my calculator and doing the math on everything, this particular property is at 46 or 49% cumulative dock width on the resultant lot frontage. So that's once these 1022 Tondern Island Road property is added to the current Beaumaris Road property. So that is a significant overage. It's about double of what would be permitted as of right in the bylaw. And I would hold firm to our recommendation.
Committee, any more thoughts? All right, so I now call
For the main motion to be confirmed as amended.
Did I read this? Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Now, calling for the main motion to be confirmed as amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much, Ms. Walker. Committee, the next application is the last planning application before lunchtime, or I'm going to suggest we do it before lunchtime. I suspect it will not be a long one. And this is ZBA 14/25 Garrett Tobin Island, number 49. That's R60. And Ms. Crowder, I think you're talking to this one.
Thank you. Sure, thank you.
And this one too.
This is for this application.
Just waiting for Susan to give.
Ms. Crowder, could you wait just for a moment until we have Councilor Mazan back? Yes,
Has he left the meeting?
yeah, he has, yes, he had to
He
leave.
didn't tell
Yeah,
us.
yeah. Proceed, Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1425 in the name of Garrett. The subject lands are known municipally as 249 Island R60. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 378 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is to permit a 400 square foot covered area combined with a 650 square foot sleeping cabin on the second story of an existing two-story boathouse on a lot located on a Category 1 lake with more than 400 feet of lot frontage. The renovation includes the removal of a storage room, the construction of a second-story sleeping cabin, and a reduction in the size of a covered area from 461 square feet to 400 square feet. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 23 days in advance of this meeting, and 5 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Sarah Campbell, planner with the District of Muskoka, indicating no objection, provided the proposed sleeping cabin would have safe ingress and egress during flood events. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Matt Veach, the Township's Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, and Douglas Holland, the Township's Fire Prevention Officer, indicating no concerns. And 4 letters of support were received from area residents. All comments were circulated to committee prior to today's meeting, and those received after circulation to committee are available on the government portal. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and recommend that the application be approved. I have no further comments at this time and am happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't believe the applicant has an agent, and I think the applicant is here. Mr. Garrett, would you have anything you'd like to say? You state your name and address, and you got 5 minutes.
Sorry, thank you. I'd like to thank the Planning Committee, Planning Department, and related staff for their time on file. I want to note that my wife and I are keenly aware of built form on the lake and the impacts on the lakes, and we appreciate the current council focus on various issues like the official plan and the comprehensive zoning bylaw review. I don't have anything to add to this, as the planning report adequately supports this very minor change, and I appreciate everybody taking their time. Again, thanks.
Do we have anybody online? Very well. Committee, do we have any questions of staff or the applicant? All right. Seeing none, let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 14/25 Garrett be approved. Any discussion or debate? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. All right. We will take a lunch break and be back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Is that?
10-minute break.
All right, everyone, let's call this meeting back to order. Our next item on the agenda is number 11, Heritage and Attainable Housing, a report from immediate planner. Intermediate planner. I'm not sure who that is. Oh, Caitlin. Ms. Walker.
That's me. All right, so there's no presentation for this one, but staff have prepared a brief report which provides an overview of a proposal for 2253100 Ontario Inc. to demolish a sun deck, gazebo, and lean-to at the Bala Bay Inn. The subject property is on the township's register of properties that are of cultural heritage value or interest, or a listed property under the Ontario Heritage Act. Under the Heritage Act, the owner of a listed property must give 60 days notice in writing to council prior to the demolition or removal of a building or structure. This affords council an opportunity to consider if the property merits designation and to commence the designation process if warranted. In this case, the township does not object to the demolition of the sun deck, gazebo, or lean-to, as none of these elements are of historical or cultural significance. I have no other comments, but I'm happy to answer any questions about the staff report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walker. My understanding is the applicant has an agent and it's Ms. Ledger, and I would like to invite her to make some comments. She's not a delegate, but I am inviting her because I think it would do us well to hear from what she has to say.
There we go. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thanks for asking me to join. Terry Ledger, 167 Medora Street, Port Carling, P0B1J0. And good afternoon, Planning Committee. Always a pleasure. I'm just here to answer any questions if you may have them. I've done quite a bit of research on the Bala Bay Inn, the original inn. And the portions that we're asking to demolish in this case are sections that were added at much later date. And as far from what I can tell from research and what I've sort of assessed is that none of these things are really have contributed to the heritage value of the property. And so I agree with staff and support allowing the demolition of these portions. So any other questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee, we do have a resolution. So let me ask if anybody has any questions. Seeing none, let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Mazin, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that the township does not object to the demolition of the sun deck, gazebo, and lean-to located at 3063/3064 Muskoka Road 169, Bala Bay Inn, subject to the owner obtaining all necessary permits and approvals prior to undertaking demolition. Committee, do we have any discussion on that? I call a question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next on the agenda is a report from our municipal bylaw enforcement officer on the topic of the biannual report.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members of committee. This report just provides an overview of the bylaw department's activities from January to June of this year. In terms of our service levels, we have had the approval of a licensing officer this year. So currently our department is up to myself, a full-time officer, 2 seasonals, our licensing officer, and our administrative assistant. With the addition of our seasonal officers were able to be on duty until 6 p.m. on weekdays, as well as weekends and holidays for the summer. Something that we're pretty excited to have this year is some more proactive enforcement on our waterways. So we are doing, proactive patrols by boat on some of the bigger lakes and the area lakes this summer. We've also been working with other departments as per normal for investigating complaints on sites and stuff, whether it be with the building planning or public works departments, just to ensure compliance with all of our bylaws. In terms of investigations and statistics and stuff this year, the last couple of years, we've noticed that our stats have kind of like generally increased year over year. I think this year we're finding that our numbers are starting to stabilize a little bit more. But some of the common bylaws that we do investigate continue to be property standards, dog control, tree and site bylaws, and the zoning bylaw. A couple of new things that we have been working on this year, earlier this year, I think committee should recall that we implemented or we passed an appeals committee bylaw. So this has been allowing any of our order hearings to occur within an appeals committee body instead of going to council. Staff are really excited to announce that the online portal application for the short-term rental licensing bylaw is opening up this month. So staff are going to start seeing some applications being received, and we'll be reviewing those. We also updated our AMPS bylaw recently to accommodate the addition of our tourist and trailer camps bylaw, as well as our zoos and wildlife sanctuaries bylaw. Some of the next projects we'll be working on is, of course, our noise control bylaw update. We're starting to do some research into that topic, and we're hoping to bring a report to committee soon, as well as some updates to our tree and site bylaws. Another project that we have been trying to work on is some improved communication and public education. We've been hosting some webinars about short-term rental accommodations. We've also been working with our finance department to send out some education about our dark sky bylaw. We've also been trying to attend some community events. We've attended the fire department's family safety day back in April, and we're hoping to do that again in a couple weeks in Milford Bay. Yeah, and I think we're just continuing to work on the communications side of things with our new communications officer. But I think that's really it for me. If anybody has any questions or comments.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you. Great report. I think it's wonderful that around this table, we've seen a bolstering of bylaw enforcement over these last so many years. I think it's excellent. I'm interested in your proactive enforcement, especially on you're talking about the water, and this is new to me, so I'm glad you brought it up. Not so much on the water. I mean, I think it's great, and we've always been saying we need to have eyes on there, but there are many property standards issues around our township that are like right there, and they're as traditionally this has been a complaint-based scenario. Can you explain to me how we are doing proactive enforcement property standards on land? It's great you're doing it on the water, but you didn't specifically reference land. Can you talk about that?
Ms. Miners?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, currently, when it comes to proactive stuff, we really only do proactive stuff on more common things that we observe, like dogs and parking and fire and stuff. Throughout the summertime, we do a little bit less proactive just because the amount of complaints and stuff we receive will prioritize that. To be honest with you, we don't typically do proactive investigations on property standards issues. We typically just do that on a complaint-driven basis. I think if that's something that council wants to consider, maybe they could do that. I would direct that question maybe to Director Huff.
Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you. Supplemental. What I'm talking about is 24/7, 365. It's not a seasonal thing. Property standards would normally be over a period of time and an accumulation of things. And so that's what I'm talking about. I mean, so if you use the term proactive enforcement without indicating a particular place, I'd be interested in knowing that. And if we have to talk to Jennifer about on a greater scale, then that's a bigger thing that I can deal with personally. But I think it's really important that when we're doing proactive enforcement, we're not driving by that place, and that place to get to, you know, the boat to go on the water to see what's happening out there. Because there are many contraventions of property standards. I can tell you where I live. Thank you.
Ms. Miners, do you have any comments on that?
I don't, maybe Director Huff does.
Director Huff.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So if I may, a few things. Obviously, any significant increase in 24/7 kind of coverage from a bylaw enforcement perspective would have implications on just our capacity, right? Like we are limited in terms of staffing and staff hours. And so that would require some additional resources at the time of budget. I do know, you know, if bylaw staff become aware of whether by a drive-by or by a complaint of something really egregious, obviously, they're addressing that when it comes to their attention. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought. But I think just in general, I think, you know, from what I understand, the bylaw enforcement department has, you know, progressed and made some significant steps in the last couple of years to really expand their enforcement activities. And so I would just call this like a continued progression. We'll do the boat inspections once a week or as necessary, see how that goes. If it's very successful, we will constantly reevaluate, I think, the needs based on what we're seeing out there and come back to council and committee at the time of budget with recommendations. But certainly if this is a direction that committee wants to take to make that leap faster, then that's something that we would have to consider as part of the 2026 budget, because it certainly would, it would be something that we just don't simply have the resources from a staff perspective to do now.
Councilor Roberts, I think you had your hand up, then Mayor Kelly.
Yes, thank you. I have two questions, but I'll only ask the one first to begin with. I was quite excited when I saw the word proactive, because it's something we've been thinking about enforcement for the years I have been here. And I only have to remind everyone of the one we had earlier today, the application where we had earlier, where everyone knew that would never be permitted within the township staff and that. So those type of things of going after those obvious violations, even just to tickle the water. By that, I mean, take a photograph, and if we can do this, and send it to the owner saying, we've noticed you've built this, which is contrary. We are investigating, period. That may get a signal that the township is watching. So I'll withhold my second question until later on.
All right, Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you.
And then Councilor Kemp. Sorry, Councilor Kemp.
Thank you, and through you. I want to just follow up on this because I quite, you know, I hear a lot about, and I quite like the notion of proactive investigation and enforcement on property standards matters. But I'm trying to put myself in the vehicle, driving by a site or three sites to get to one where there's been a complaint. What would how do we see that happening? We see any sign of construction, we immediately go on the alert. We see any sign of construction, but no sign of a building permit posted. I'm just not sure how we avoid looking at every single hammer left out on the sidewalk as a potential problem. How do we discriminate if there's no complaint? How do we know that there isn't an appropriate application made, covered with some, you know, permit or an approval? Because I think the last thing we want is the limited resources we have literally responding as if every single thing is a problem. And that's why I kind of always sort of hope that people who witness or have neighbors are standing up for the health and welfare of the township and calling them out and reporting them. Because I don't know, literally, and I'm asking, I don't know what I would do if I drove by 3 places where there was work being done. Where would I start the investigation? I don't know what that looks like. And I don't know how I would get it done without almost having one resource per 10,000 houses, not per 10,000, for every one of 10,000 properties we have here. I just don't know how that works. I wish I did, because I really do.
Councilor Roberts.
Thank you. We could probably discuss that in a ward meeting rather than this forum here. How some of the ideas I would have on that, bounce it off with my peers in that room. They might say, hey, just what you said, this is not realistic, but I would love that opportunity. And one of our ward meetings, just to green light that possibility. Okay.
And thank you. And if I could just quickly follow up, and believe me, I'm not saying it's not realistic. I just don't get it. I don't understand how we could make that work the way we all want it to work. We're sort of casting about, looking at different options. And when we talk about it as if it's something that we should be doing, I'm just curious to know how we see it happening. That's all. So I'm happy to talk about it whenever.
Any further comments? Oh, sorry, Councilor Kent.
Thank you. My question was actually quite similar to Mayor Kelly's, but from a perspective of the Islanders. I would have thought, or Islanders Lake Patrols, as you call them, and I can't imagine without a tip line, or, like I could say, here are 10 places I think you ought to look at. Okay, and provide some direction to a patrol in a certain area, but without having somebody say, here's a tip line, or here's, and I contrast the tip line from a complaints process, because I think people are hesitant to put a complaint in if you're just not sure. It's a I'm not sure kind of request. That's what I'd expect proactive patrols by boat to be doing. I just don't know how you organize that without the information from the people in the community. And so I was wondering if Rachel could address that.
Ms. Miners, thoughts on that?
I mean, we do currently have a policy on submitting, like the public submitting complaints, and through that policy, people cannot submit like anonymous complaints. They do have to provide, their name and information. So I'm not sure that like an anonymous tip line would be appropriate, but in terms of like, I guess back to the proactive enforcement, I think as we do get complaints that relate to, a water access only property on that lake, we might take that opportunity to, go out on a patrol and see anything that is egregious and that we think there might not be permits for, and we'll stop by, check it out, investigate it, and take any action that's needed.
Can I just follow up?
Yep.
I guess my only comment with that is, and this is, I think we do need to have a further discussion about this to make that productive. I mean, people do not put complaints in when they speculate. Okay, that's not what they think the complaints line is for. If that's what we want it to be for, which is a roadmap for patrols and proactive bylaw enforcement, then we need to change that process. And I think it's fabulous that we are doing it, but I think right now it would be like shooting a dart into I can't imagine, you're never going to find what you're looking for wandering around the lake in a boat without some direction and focusing on where to look. So I think we need to table that as a further discussion, as other people have suggested. I applaud the effort. I think we just need to refine the effort.
Enough. Committee, any other? Councilor Roberts.
For my second one, this would probably be directed to CAO Pink. You recall, we know that for a few years now, we've been trying to get the bylaw for noise actioned, and there's indication on the report that it's going to be coming down in the next few months. Or what we have right now in front of us, we've been attending and Cottagers Association meetings. And over the next few weeks. And, you know, the public are having difficulty understanding why we're taking so long. I, as a counselor, understand why. It's all got to do about resources and priorities. But when I'm getting, you know, what's taking so long? This should be so simple. So I think it would help us at these meetings. We have one on with 3 Mile on Saturday. If we knew the approximate specific month that, you know, yeah, we've been a long time, you know, short-term rentals, other priorities have delayed this, but what specific month will we staff be coming back with the report that they mentioned in this update?
CEO Pink, are you handle that or Director Huff?
Thank you. Through you, I was going to say if Director Huff and Ms. Miners could perhaps be a little more specific as to when they anticipate they may be able to bring that forward. Probably better suited to answer than I, top of my head.
Director Huff.
Sorry, to put the spot.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Corey.
Right? Yeah. So I can give you, I can suggest like something like September or October. My caution is that
yes,
given this line of work, we never know what issue could explode at any given moment and may take our time and our energies and keep us focused on things. And that's why sometimes when we suggest that this will be coming back at a certain point in time and it doesn't, it's usually because something has come up that has taken away all of our focus for a month or two, and we never know what that might be. My experience now here, you never know what that might be. So that's my hope is September, October. That's, I think, and I'd look to Ms. Miners since she's doing the heavy lifting on this one. But I just want to caution that we can't commit to that firmly.
Well, thank you. That's exactly enough for us to be able to respond to the question if it's asked. Thank you.
Councillor Berry.
Thank you. Through you, just on this point, noise bylaw. If we can't get it done for this summer, and October, September is the time frame, I'm going to suggest that we don't really have a big problem with noise after Thanksgiving, typically in this township. That if we had it all I's dotted and T's crossed for next end of March, beginning of April, when folks start to come back and the ice goes out and the noise starts, that would likely suit us quite well and may take off any urgency. So the urgency is typically in the summer months, and I see Councillor Roberts nodding his head. So maybe we can recognizing that we know that all kinds of things happen, and it's there are lots of surprises here that just aren't Christmas presents. So we get that, and so maybe we can take a little bit of the pressure off of the department by saying if we could have this by the beginning of April, that would likely suit 90% of the constituents really quite well.
Not missing anybody. And Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. I'm going to go back to our discussion for a moment on the proactive enforcement piece, and partly I think I probably need to better understand, as this is a new rollout, and I think let's call it a trial period, not trial, but a pilot or a launch of this program. And so just to help me understand, if you're on the lake, you're out in a boat, there may be one or two projects that you're going to actually specifically look because there's a complaint. Have you been having some insights and or successful educational opportunities proactively, or like can you give me a sense as to when you're out in the boat, the types of things that you might either A, be seeing or B, having these opportunities? Like, is it effective, I guess is what I'm asking.
Ms. Miners?
Yeah, through the chair. I think it's a relatively new thing, so we'll see what happens. But I guess just bluntly speaking, maybe, for sure there's been recent times where, you know, we're seeing tree cutting or site alteration happening on a property. We stop in, we say, hey, what's up? And we talk to them about it. We find that what they're doing is permitted. They're doing it correctly. We don't have any concerns, and we just use that as an opportunity to, you know, provide some education and just let them know we are out on the water, we are seeing things, and we'll be stopping by to provide some education and stuff.
Just a quick, so,
Of course.
so I was trying to then go through the hierarchy of how does one, if you have a team of people and it comes back to the discussion on property standards, how does one even know at what point do one's, like, even the hierarchy of needs? What I'm hearing you say is for things like the site plan alteration or tree preservation, those are quite visible from the water side. So those would be things that you could actually more quickly address. Okay. That's interesting. Thank you.
Director Huff.
Sorry, just to add to this as well, thank you, Chair. I think one of the benefits as well is just from the fact that bylaw is on the water. It's just from knowing that people are aware that bylaw is patrolling, that, and we're not going to get everywhere, you know, even in one summer, but just that there's an awareness that bylaw is out there watching or, you know, taking note or seeing changes over time. So I think that's just something, once people are aware that this is what we're doing, this is our practice, I think there's benefit there as well.
Councillor Mazza.
Thank you, and through you. So putting the categories of reactive, which is what historically the primary focus of bylaw has been, enforcement has been. We're now starting into the proactive, which is something we've all been supportive of. As we contemplate these other, it's not replacing our reactive. And I think that becomes an important part of this conversation. And I'm just reflecting on the idea that we may all feel good when we embark on this noise bylaw, which we already have one. We're probably going to refine it, it sounds like. And I think then that's still going to be probably largely reactive base by law enforcement. And so I think just distinguishing this in our own minds, that it's not replacing, proactive will not replace the traditional bylaw complaint process. And I think that as I was listening today, I'm like, okay, that is language that I think I need to be really comfortable sharing with other people as well. It's a compliment too. Thanks.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you and to Councillor Mazan's point, I think that bylaw will change once the short-term rental kicks in and that, you know, 1-800 red dot phone gets live and people start to rat out their neighbors and all of that. That's going to happen. And that's going to it's going to give people a vehicle. I know it. People tell me every single day they can't wait for this thing. So, you know, just in terms of amping up or ramping up for that, that is going to happen. I can't imagine it's not. And that's sort of a cautionary tale to what you were saying.
CEO Pink.
Thank you. Just quickly on those 2 points, I just wanted to echo, I think Director Huff made excellent comments there. To me, it's not necessarily the proactive enforcement isn't necessarily to catch things unexpectedly. It's simply that presence. I think everyone would agree there's likely less speeding or more speeding if you never see a police officer on the road. So it's just simply, I think, something we've been encouraging, and I commend the team for taking it up, having that presence. And just with respect to timing as well, to Councillor Burry's comments and Councillor Roberts' question, keep in mind the last few updates we undertook. Again, we're seen as relatively refining around the edges, the tree preservation and site alteration bylaw and the dark sky bylaw, and they took, they don't quite rival the zoning bylaw, but they took quite some time to go through those processes. So I think staff was cognizant that to have them in place for this summer, given the short-term rental and all the work that's been done up to date, really wasn't possible, but we are hopeful, as we heard, September, October, it could come back. And certainly the goal would be for summer 2026, I think is the aim. But it won't be a brief process. I think the noise bylaw can certainly generate a lot of interest and discussion in the community and around the table as well.
Ms. Myers, I have a couple of questions and points. I know it's in the report and I've certainly read the report. But how is our communications about what our bylaws are and what our bylaw enforcement activities are? Can you talk to us a little bit about that and, you know, your personal views and how it's working?
Yeah, I think we are definitely trying to improve the communications end of bylaw enforcement. We've been trying to attend some community events and hosting some webinars and stuff like that. And I think with this communications officer, we're going to be working closely with her to get creative, I think, with, you know, education on bylaw enforcement. So I think we're pretty excited to start dipping into that process and thinking of some good projects and fun ideas on doing that.
I have to tell you that I am was very pleased to read about the initiative of being on the water and being proactive. And I think the list of activities that or items that you're looking at include tree preservation and site alteration. I think they're very important. You know, I'm a big believer that if awareness of the bylaws is the very first thing that matters, I think we can do better at that. I think it's important that our constituents understand why we have the bylaws and generally agree that they are good bylaws with a good purpose. I think it's important that they understand that non-compliance, that there's a chance they will get caught if they're trying to do it intentionally, break the bylaw. And they might also know that if they're unintentionally breaking the bylaw, they're going to be handled fairly. And then, finally know that if they do get caught and they've got a violation, there will be some consequences. So those sort of four elements, I think, are what elevates, a simple reactive compliance strategy, which we have mostly stuck to. I also think that it's a little unfair for us to be expecting our constituents to be calling out their friends and neighbors and effectively initiating what enforcement that we should in some ways be doing. And so I'm delighted you're on the lakes. I don't know, do you have the sign big bylaw enforcement officer on the side of the boat? Because, and then park it down on the docks and just leave it there. Maybe you never have to go out again, right? Just, they've got a boat. And I would suggest that if you need some guidance from council as to what the priorities you have when you're out doing your proactive, that might be helpful. But to the point the mayor was on, how do you decide? Well, maybe council can set, here's the priorities. But all in all, it's great. And I think if we just stay at this program long enough, our cost of enforcement will go down and our degree of compliance will go up. So here. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, and a quick comment just to supplement what you said. I do not believe this is a situation we're going to get completely behind us by managing our way through it. We have to be leaders. Everyone at this table needs to take responsibility for communication. Everybody at this table needs to stand up for our bylaw enforcement team, for those of us who craft bylaws and insist that they be enforced. It's a difficult job. And we're in an environment where you get tons and tons of pushback, but it's important. It's important for the environment. It's important for the people who live here, the animals, the trees, everything. If we are going to have a future here, it's because leaders step up, prescribe what needs to get done, communicate it effectively, and stand back and let us manage to the fringe. Most people here want to comply.
Yeah.
I'm convinced we do a job of communicating, we do a job of educating, we do a job of leading people, showing by example, and otherwise, we'll narrow the scope of our bylaw enforcement activity down to 5% of the total population, and that's manageable.
Yeah.
100% is not manageable. Leadership will kill that. Not kill, but leadership will take care of that big bulk at the top end. And we need to do, I think, a better job. I think we have terrific communication skills on board right now. And I think they can be turned to this as well. So
I agree.
That's my thought.
Committee, do we have any other questions or comments on this topic? Ms. Miners, thank you very much. I think you've got very strong support from all of us around the table, so
Well, thank you, committee.
keep up the good work. Our next item on the agenda is some unfinished business from some time ago. It is a planning application ZBA 36/24 amended, which is McKinnon and Pagnell on Crane Island. And Ms. Crowder. Councillor Burry, yes, okay.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 36/24 amended in the names of McKinnon and Nill. The subject lands are known municipally as One Island J47, more commonly known as Crane Island. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted zoning sketch on page 406 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 36/24 amended is to construct a dwelling addition to an existing dwelling referred to as the upper dwelling and to construct a dock addition. As committee may recall, the original version of this application sought changes to the lower dwelling as well. Committee deferred the application until such time as the application be revised to change the plans for the lower dwelling to be more in conformity with the official plan, as district staff and township staff and committee had raised concerns about flooding and about the deficient setbacks to the high water mark. The amended application is now before committee, which, as I said, removed the lower dwelling component of the application. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and have recommended that the application be approved. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Do we have the applicant's agent, which I believe is? I'm not sure. Melissa Markham?
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. My name is Melissa Markham, 1025 Rebecca Lane, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H2J6. I'm here today on behalf of the owners. Essentially, we've read the report from planning staff with regards to the amended application. As you heard, the application was amended to remove the lower dwelling from the application going forward. It does continue to enclose a covered deck, which has been constructed on the upper dwelling, and the dock addition, which were all part of the application that was before you previously. Once again, we've read the staff report and we agree with the recommendations contained in there. And I'm essentially here today to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you very much. Do we have anybody, there's nobody in the room, I don't think. Anybody online to speak for or against in opposition? No, seeing none. Committee, do we have any questions of or Ms. Crowder or the applicant agent? All right, seeing none, let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Zabit, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-36/24 amended be approved subject to the following revisions to the draft bylaw. Remove reference to exemption C being the minimum front yard setback for redevelopment of the lower dwelling. Make the necessary numerical adjustments to extension A being a lesser increase in gross floor area on a lot with more than one dwelling to reflect the amended application, and to replace Schedule 2 to the draft bylaw with the revised site plan. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Carries. Right. Okay, our next item is 15A, which is a verbal update from Ms. Huff on the Boca Lake Partner Program.
Thank you, Chair. So this is just a really quick update. There was a report on committee's agenda last month mentioning that at that time, the province had not yet entered an agreement with FOCA for the continuation of the Lake Partner Program. That agreement has now been signed, and so it is in place and is continuing this year. So just a quick update. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Earlier today, or at the beginning of the day today, we had a report from Ms. Wilson at the district, which is water quality results and implication. Oh, sorry, sorry, we had that's not on the agenda. What on the agenda is the MLA water quality results implication. Do we have any? There was no request from that, as I recall. And so any more comments on that? Mayor Kelly?
Just one quick question. I start to get confused over who does what. FOCA has the Lake Health or whatever it's called. We have MLA dipping water. We have watershed dipping water. We have all sorts of people. Are they all coordinated or related to each other? Are they all dipping water from the end of the same dock? I'm just curious to know if anybody knows if there's a structure or.
Let me throw it out to committee and staff. Does anybody know? Councillor Robert?
I can comment. I've been involved with water testing for many years, and at one time they were disconnected. Everyone trying, citizen scientists and everyone trying to do their own thing. What I observed here today was the MLA and the district sort of feeding off each other. We're doing near shore testing, where they're doing testing, and they'll see things sooner. I know that the associations such as Leonard Lake have purchased so much equipment, and they're focusing on their lake. So they are all beginning to talk together. And FOCA had a lot of stuff to do with invasive species. The spiny water flea, I know I got the equipment off them to do studies on that. So they're at that level. And they're beginning to work together, recognizing that as one, they'll do a much better job and they're not stepping on each other's toes. It's my observation.
Any other comments on that? Okay, the next item we are dealing may have a resolution if we decide to do so. That was on the Salty Muskoka project, presentation by Mr. Hutchinson. And I think his ask was that we pass a resolution supporting, I think some special attention being paid to how much salt we put on the road, and a request for matching donation. Did he mention an amount? I can't remember whether he mentioned an amount or not. 5,000?
Yeah, there is one comment to make, and that is that for these resolutions.
Do you want to?
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that these resolutions require 2/3 vote in order to be successful, because they weren't presented on an agenda. They're being walked into the meeting, and that's fine, but it does require 2/3 of you to support any one of those.
Very well. So let's just open this up for, we don't have a resolution yet. So the question is, should we be bringing it or not? Let's have some comments and discussion about that. Councillor Zales.
Thank you. It's for you. So I'm wondering if we could hear from, we as a township, Director Colucci is here. I think the missing piece for me is just what do we as a township do? How do we handle the salt versus sand mix, and just general commentary, if any, from our Director of Public Works on applying of sand and gravel, sand and salt to our areas. So, but if that's
no, I think that's fair enough. And I guess I might add to that. How do you feel about a proposed resolution that they made?
So through you, again, I can go over how we, apply salt now. So as you know, we take care of winter maintenance for Muskoka roads or Muskoka Lakes roads, and also district roads. So district roads, there are certain roads at the level of service require us to place full salt. So it's 100% salt mixture. So on those roads, that we're required to do that by the district just because of the level of service. So they have a no snow pack requirement there. So we put enough salt to make sure that those roads are bare. On our township roads, we use a salt and sand mixture. So it's about 3% salt and the rest is sand. So, and that's about the lowest you can go and still be able to maintain you know, a good traction type thing. So, you know, we already on our roads, we already do that. The district, you know, already has this resolution that they have accepted. So they are looking at ways to reduce the salt. And one of the ways that they do that is they sort of set the application rate for salt on their roads. And they're looking at reducing those application levels to help reduce the amount of salt. The other thing that they're looking at is also where the roads are close proximity to lakes, looking at reducing the amount of application in those spots, right? So now a lot of the salt that enters the lake is also from private residences and from businesses, right? So, you know, the resolution might help in that because they're looking at implementing a Smartable Salt program. And the Smartable Salt program actually goes to private contractors. So private contractors are the ones that are doing businesses and parking lots and all of that. You know, we're doing our roads and, you know, we do our own parking lots and sidewalks, but, you know, we're already trying to reduce the amount of salt because we want to save costs for the taxpayers, right? But contractors, they have a liability issue. So when you look at, you know, if you go to a mall, you'll see there's big piles of salt on the sidewalk because they're trying to reduce liability. So this Smartable Salt program looks at, you know, talking to contractors, educating contractors on how to reduce that. So, you know, so I think the resolution couldn't hurt because maybe that would help us to bring the contractors into the Smartable Salt program.
Councillor Zawitz.
Thank you, supplemental. So thank you for that. I suppose it just seems a little obtuse to me that we would be donating $5,000 to tell us that we're putting too much salt on the road. I mean, I'd like to know that concurrent to the $5,000 contribution and sharing in the program, that the Township of Muskoka Lakes is doing some sort of a fulsome review, and I didn't really hear that, a fulsome review of our own salt use. That might be a bigger question.
Right, and again, through you. So, I mean, we do have a salt management plan. So, you know, that looks at like how we store salt and how much salt we place. So that's for our roads. And then the district also has their own salt management plan. So, you know, I think for that part, it's covered. But for, you know, private contractors, we don't reach out to them and do any training with them. So again, I wasn't here to see the presentation this morning, but you know, I reviewed the slides. I didn't watch the presentation yet, but you know, again, you know, if that's part of it, is they're reaching out to contractors, and it might be a good program. I know in other places where I've worked, they have conservation authorities, and a lot of times the conservation authority spearheads that Smartable Salt program. So they're reaching out to contractors and doing training, and then, you know, also municipal employees can go to that training as well.
Director Colucci, will the district, do we know that the district will be out promoting the Smart About Salt program with contractors?
That I'm not sure about, but I know that they did pass a resolution to start looking at it. So I haven't had any meetings with them about this.
Councillor Burry.
Thank you, and through you. I would really like to see us parse this particular discussion into two pieces. The first piece being the four motions, the second piece being money, donation, which I am absolutely vehemently against. It's a charity, it's a registered charity. I've said this before. I've said it at district with the hospital. I've said it every time some people coming looking for money to the municipalities. Municipalities should not be making donations to registered charities. Registered charities can do the work and raise the money. I've actually donated to this one personally, so I don't feel badly in saying no. Municipal money is you know, not tax deductible, and giving to a charity is, and we've got lots of other mechanisms to do that. So I want to be on the record as you know, adamant that as a township, I would not want to see us give them money. That being said, I'd be fully supportive of all four of the motions that I saw the other municipalities do, to go ahead and recognizing that you know, Director Colucci's got the nail on the head with the private contractors. I can tell you on our road, our contractor only uses sand, and they feel that is the best method of traction. and recognizing that many, many days the salt's not going to work here anyway. But I would like to see us as a council parse the motions piece and the money piece. And I'll go on the record putting a stake in the ground saying no way for the money.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you, I was actually going to suggest the same thing, to have, it's two separate asks, and I support the comments just made by Councillor Burry as well. What I have been learning is that as a municipality, I think we have been doing we've been doing some good things, let me just say it. And you just validated that. A lot of this focus is actually more on the commercial and private operators. And if this resolution is going to help, or has the ability to help this organization communicate this message out and the importance of it and the why, then I would fully support that as well. So I think I'm hearing that, Director, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. You weren't even here for the presentation, but based upon your role, your experience, and whatever else you're saying, you could see this being an assistance. So thank you.
Committee, may I suggest, first of all, thank you for that guidance. I think that's, I wanted to open up the discussion, but we do have to deal with each point separately. So given the comments that we've already heard, why don't I read the resolution that has been suggested where we give our support to the program, similar to the way the district would bring us in line with the district. So if that's all right with everybody, so that we know what we're discussing. All right, fair enough? All right. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Whereas chloride concentrations have increased by at least 0.5 milligrams per liter in 80 out of 274 lakes. Of the lake samples sampled by the District of Muskoka between 2018 and 2022, and by 15-fold in Lake Muskoka since 1970. And whereas Queen's University scientist Dr. Shelley Arnott, a leader in global research on the effect of road salts on lakes, has demonstrated that in Muskoka Lake, some important aquatic organisms are negatively affected by chloride exposure levels as low as 10 milligrams per liter, far below the 120 milligrams per liter long-term or chronic exposure guideline. And whereas only 1/4 of lakes sampled by the District of Muskoka now have chloride levels above 10 milligrams per liter, now therefore be resolved that, so this is really what we're going to be approving. The Township of Muskoka Lakes commits to ongoing efforts towards the reduction of road salt as much as possible while maintaining safety on roads, including public reporting on annual use, supporting local efforts to research the ongoing impacts of road salt, and assisting education efforts. The Township of Muskoka Lake urges the Province of Ontario to work urgently with key stakeholders to develop limited liability legislation, including enforceable contractor training and a single set of provincially endorsed standard best management practices for snow and ice management on private lands. The Township of Muskoka Lakes urges the Province of Ontario to create and fund an expert stakeholder advisory committee to advise the province and municipalities on the best courses of action to protect freshwater ecosystems, drinking water infrastructure from the impacts of salt and pollution, and this resolution be sent to the District Municipality of Muskoka, other lower tier municipalities in Muskoka, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, our local MPP, Conservation Ontario, our local MPP, Conservation Ontario, the Ontario Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, the Attorney General of Ontario, and the Premier of Ontario. So it's a long list of sort of things. Clerk, do we know, is this similar to what was done in the district?
I believe so. Was it? I believe so. That was similar to what was attached to the presentation by Dr. Hutchinson this morning.
So committee, that's a long list. If you want, I can go through it again. But does that sound like something that we want to do, recognizing that we need 2/3? Got it. Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I have no problem with the resolution.
My hand has been up from before. I think we should support it. I had two questions though for Nick, which is, wouldn't our contractor agreements with our contractors just insist that they use what we use on the roads? Why would we give them the opportunity to choose I mean, obviously, if it's a very bad ice storm, they're going to have to go for a higher grade salt content. But wouldn't there be rules and regulations in our contracts that tell them what they ought to be using? That's my first question.
Director Colucci?
Yes, through you. So, yeah, our contractors would be required to use similar methods to what we do for treatment. However, I'm talking about private contractors, so they're working for businesses or private residences. So, we don't really control what they're doing. So, and, private contractors working for private individuals or private businesses, they have a little higher level of liability because they're, carrying insurance. And if they do have a claim for liability, it could be more devastating than us having a claim for liability because, we have a much larger coverage. So I'm not talking about our contractors.
Okay, I got that. Rob, just one other question.
Councillor
simple one.
Kent, you had another question?
Yeah, just a very simple one, which is, as a registered charity, would this Salty Muskoka be allowed to apply to our grants program? Not the CIP, the grants program. And if
CEO
so,
Pink, or who?
I was just saying we should
who on
direct
staff
them.
would like to answer that? Director
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So if Councillor Kent is referring to the community grant program, so we did have a quick look at this. It appears that it would be applicable. However, of course, that grant program has been allocated for this year, so it is potentially something they could pursue for 2026.
Right. And my suggestion was just going to be to tell them that we talked about it and suggest that they get themselves organized to apply next year.
Okay. All right, so I've read the resolution. How do we feel about this? Is there any further debate on this or further information required? Is there a general sense that if we call the vote, that's going to pass by 2/3? Councillor Nishikawa, you look like you'd like to say something, or are you just keen to vote?
Mostly that part of it I'm good with, but I just was waiting for you to call the question.
Oh, okay, thank you. Committee, then I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? There's no opposition, so that carried. All right, so back to the discussion on whether we should be making a donation or not. I look to committee for comments. Councillor Nishikawa.
So thank you through you to you. I'm just going to say the guy had mentioned the hospital for an example, and we have seen, like, we didn't have this on the agenda, so but we have seen others come forward and saying, if you give, I will stop giving. So if you're paying my taxes, you're giving through my taxes, I will stop giving that hospital money. And it's kind of the same with this, but we can encourage, like we can definitely encourage people to, take out a membership and be a volunteer and all those things. It's just a little different when we're talking about taxpayers' monies. And for example, I'm a giver of this as well for many years, and I don't know, where does it stop, right? And it should come back for budget consideration.
Oh, absolutely. Committee, I'm not getting a lot of warm fuzzies for this. So it's just general sense that we would prefer not to go any farther with this. All right.
So you can read a
Send them to the CIP.
Or we can leave it. Or we can read, I have a resolution if they want, we want to encourage them to decide a CIP.
Do we want to? So there's a Deputy Clerk, could you say what the options might be for us here?
Okay, I think we have a number of things on the table. We could read a resolution in support of contributing or requesting that the $5,000 be included in the mayor's budget coming up, and that you could either approve or defeat that. We also could have a resolution sort of encouraging this group to apply to our community grant program next year, or I believe we could do nothing. It's all the same, so.
Councillor Mazin?
Thank you, and through you, I was just going to suggest the do nothing approach. I think we've been coached
Show
on
of
that in our
hands.
chairs meeting.
Well, we shouldn't probably do a straw vote.
I'm just doing a straw vote.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that'll be the end of the discussion on this topic. Yeah.
There's no mover and seconder to put the other vote.
Chair, pardon me.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. I just wanted, Dr. Hutchison did give me a handout to the committee. Can you borrow your green cup for a second? And there's a flyer that went with it, which was very informative. It says this green cup, which is 12 ounces, is a sufficient amount of salt to for an average driveway, or 10 square feet, 10 sidewalk square feet of sidewalk. So just this little bit. And that for smaller spaces, 1 tablespoon per 1 sidewalk square. So this is all we really need. And I know that when I've applied salt, it's 3 or 4 of these to throw in a small area. So everyone should be conscious that this is all you really need. Thank you.
They're not big enough for that game the kids play called Red Cup?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Next on the agenda is fireworks bylaw discussion. I believe Councillor Burry has brought that onto the agenda, so I will let you kick it off.
Thank you. And through you, we had just had Canada Day, and the fireworks bylaw is currently exceedingly clear, but also exceedingly difficult to understand. So if Canada Day falls on a weekend, you're allowed to do it on that weekend, Saturday, Sunday. If it falls on a Monday or a Tuesday, you're allowed to do it on the day. So in this case, Tuesday, and the weekend before, Saturday, Sunday. If it falls on a Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, you're allowed to do it on the day and the weekend after. So this year, it should have been allowed to have fireworks on Saturday, Sunday, and Tuesday. My particular space, which I'll call in and around Port Carling, up through the halfway up on Rosso and Joseph, had fireworks on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. That is not the intent of the bylaw. I received dozens of complaints, and I believe there was one official complaint to bylaw. It is an issue. Fireworks are environmentally not very friendly. They scare the living bejesus out of animals and children. So if we care for our animals and care for our children, we probably shouldn't be doing fireworks, period. I may be too early in saying we should have a complete and outright ban on fireworks within the township as the drone technology gets better to do light shows. I'm told that it's still fairly expensive, although one has to believe that that's going to get more and more affordable, especially as the size of some of the fireworks displays I'm seeing are not insignificant in their own right. Pyrotechnics shows, professional shows, which there was at least one of them on those days. I do believe it was a legal day. It is expensive. So I would like us to at least take a look at our fireworks bylaw, and if we can't agree on eliminating them entirely, amending the Canada Day so that it's just the day. So we take away all weekends. This is not, camp no fun, or counselor no fun. It is about the environment. It's about protecting our natural environment, our water, the chemicals that go into the lake aren't good. I mean, there's all kinds of written materials. I know our chair has read at some length on the environmental impacts of fireworks. If we were to amend the current bylaw, and I'm not suggesting we do it today, but we should potentially think about it. We could have it with the Victoria Day weekend, where it's on the Sunday of the weekend. The bylaw is very clear. It's complicated, but it's clear. But to change the Canada Day so that it is less complicated to just the day. And that would be like the compromise. If I was asked to throw something out there, I would like to eliminate fireworks, period.
Councillor Zawitz.
So it is a big topic because it's very emotional and personal for many people. But I can say, I'm genuinely supportive of where you are. And we do probably, I don't know, the 4th largest fireworks display in Muskoka on Canada Day, and it's always on the proper day. And many people contribute. And I don't know if some of them aren't listening now, but I can say that if that's a consensus of this group to ban fireworks completely and have a licensing or permit program where, it might cost $500 to have and then all of a sudden we don't need to even consider which day. I go, whoever made, May 24th weekend, yeehaw, let's blow fireworks. My point is I think there's enough negativity around this topic. It's very difficult for our bylaw people to, impossible to enforce. And then you get 7 phone calls, like I get 7 phone calls, and it's crazy. So if there was complete control, Camp No Fun for just a moment, if there was complete control, there was no fireworks allowed 365 days a year. And except when you come forward for a permit, want to do it, let's do it right. Let's be organized, formal about it. You want to do it. Here's the day you're going to do it. You decide, not the township. And whatever celebratory event that is that you're marking, and I don't know, it's $500. I'm just going to throw whatever number out there. And so that there's a pay to play, it's a measurement piece. I hate to say it's a control piece, but it is. And, we raised $4,000 and went to Wata and bought crazy amount of fireworks and had 30 minutes of fun. People loved it, sent me videos and everything else. And we've been doing this for years. At the same time, it just isn't good. I mean, let's be honest. We blow it up in the middle of the lake and it all falls in the lake and over there. And so if there's a overwhelming support for it, I certainly would be very strong about supporting you on that initiative. I think, though, it does need a licensing piece without being onerous for us. But, I think too, it could be you get 1 permit a year. Like, this isn't just let's go buy 32 permits and blah, blah. I think you want to control it. And we have, Wata's right there. People, it's ready access, right? So anyway, I'd be willing to support that.
Councillor Berry.
Thank you, and through you. So licensing might be a good idea, and I know that there are times when licenses are given. The point that I'd like to see there, if we head down that path, is that when licenses are granted, they become public domain, and we actually post on the website that there has been a permit for this location, for this time, for this day, so that we can point people to say, no, we've agreed that we're going to allow that on that day, so that it reduces the number of calls. Because I know there are times when the resorts ask for permits, special permits for weddings, and other times, and we as councillors are blind, in not a very good way, to what's been allowed. And what I find difficult is that, we can become embarrassed for not knowing what's going to happen. And I think it's all about clarity, and making things less complicated. I've always said we shouldn't have bylaws if we're not going to enforce them. We should make sure our bylaws are clear and concise, that they're memorable, and that they answer a question, you're like, so what? You know, what are we trying to do? What's the intended consequence and what are the unintended consequences? And I don't want it to be a no fun, but I mean, when my neighbor has you know, basically a 6-week-old baby, and the fireworks go off in their bay on the Thursday night, and they say, you know what, we're headed up to the French River because we know it's going to happen Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and they've got a dog and a 6-week-old, and they know it just terrifies both. And it's like, I cannot have the quiet enjoyment of my property, which is one of the fundamental rights, because somebody else has decided that, nah, they're going to do something else, something different. So Councillor Zavitz, I think there's probably a happy medium here somewhere, and I'm not suggesting we want to come to the conclusion today, but I do think we as a council, I think ought to relook at it, because this year was brutal through the whole southern half of Lake Joseph and Rosso. And there's just too many people that it impacts for too few.
Councillor McIntyre.
I just want to add something to what you're saying, because where I come from, you get to see the fireworks by boat. So as somebody who's on the pathway to get to the marina where the fireworks are, one year I actually went to the marina, and as you know, I've got poor lungs. Between the fireworks and the gas, it was huge. So I think yes, there's the environmental impact of the fireworks, but there's also the huge volume of boats that are constantly. So just wanted to add that into the equation.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, and through you. Just want to add one quick thing. One of the things that last week or whatever it was, Canada Day this year proved, at least to me, is that enforcement on this one is next to impossible. I was at my place at the lake and could hear the fireworks, texted Guy and accused him of setting them off. Went down to the end of my dock and he was on the end of his dock and he said, where is it? And I said, I think it's closer to your place than mine, but that's as good an address as I could give. By the time we get on and formally register a complaint, which I didn't, I don't think you did either, and we could scramble somebody to come out, it's long gone, everybody's in bed, and you know, the dogs are eating the remains of the fireworks. It's done. So before we start getting, you know, tricky about how we're going to create a new, and not tricky necessarily, but before we start amending this, really seriously, we need to give ourselves some time to think about how we ever enforce half of the bylaws, the behavioral bylaws that we want to put in place. I do not like fireworks. I can't stand the sound. I can't imagine sanctioning anybody to dump any other pollutant into the lake on a particular day, you know, celebrate the new year by dumping half a quart of oil in the lake. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. They don't really mean anything symbolic to me. So I could certainly live without them, but there are always going to be people violating them. And for the life of me, I don't know how we're ever going to do anything about that. It's leadership again. It's community engagement and involvement. It's people understanding there is a real cost to this. You're going to limit the time we have here to enjoy the splendor of this place if we destroy it, even if it's one firecracker at a time. We have to be vigilant about that. But when it comes right down to somebody who's going to do it wrong, I don't know how we will stop it.
Director Huff, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but it was a question I would have. What are your thoughts about the enforceability of the bylaws, of fireworks bylaws?
Thank you, Chair. So I.
Yeah. It's good, like it's a better way to do this. We can come back and have a report from you, and then maybe
Well,
some time to think about it.
I think that would be the natural next step, is for staff to do some investigation. I think we've heard some good suggestions around the table. And obviously we know that this is a very contentious issue in here, but many municipalities have grappled with it. I think Mayor Kelly does raise a an important point that it is a challenge. It's always after the fact that you get the complaint, and then it's, you know, realistically, how can you prove, or how, you know, how successful will we potentially be in those situations? So all of those are good points for staff to put to mind and think about, and then bring a report back with some options.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you, I would draw attention to the fact that at all four corners of our township, we have our beautiful welcome to our township signage, and we always have a fire reference on the signage. And I can tell you that in my ward, they say fireworks ban, like fireworks are banned, and yet they go off every night. So, you know, I don't know what you can do, save a full and a fulsome banning of fireworks. Okay, because then, at least to your point, you know that is illegal, and then perhaps there's a little bit more thrust to A, finding out who the perpetrator is, and or, you know, over time, it just goes away, because, and I would be supportive of that. I mean, how would you not, right? I mean, if you look at environmentally alone, it's a big deal.
If I could add into that, Councillor Burry, I think you were saying people need to understand why we have why we have bylaws, what's the important thing. And I think you need to create a community belief that, and knowledge that what kind of damage they're causing when these take place. You know, over the years, I've read little bits here and there, and then recently there was a very extensive article in the New York Times talking about the impact on the environment. You know, I've heard that birds can get so frightened that they leave the area immediately and never come back. Nature is heavily affected by noise, and it's not fireworks, but in London during COVID, they were studying the birds. They figured out that their productivity, their songs, they didn't have to sing as loud. And you know, they had more eggs, and they were more successful in living because the noise level was down. Well, you get these massive explosions, and sound is a physical movement of an airwave. So you feel it. I mean, we all know when the very, very loud boats go by, you can feel, or if you're in a club that you wish you weren't anymore at our age, and you know, you can feel the vibrations on you. That is airwaves hitting you. And so, you know, it's not like light. It has a physical property to it, and it affects everything. And then you throw on top of that the amount of carcinogenics, I presume some of them are carcinogenic, that are in these explosions, and we're doing them over their water. And then we get people non-complying when it's really dry, and we're running the risk of you know, fire and forest fires in Muskoka. Thankfully, we've never had a serious one, but you know, we haven't had one for probably 100 years. And so the amount of fuel in our forests is probably very extensive.
Especially after the ice storm.
And especially after the ice storm.
Yeah.
You know, so all these things compound. So there's such a multitude of reasons why we frankly shouldn't be doing them at all. Now, do we want to go that dramatically? Because there does seem to be a great cultural acceptance of these things. However, you know, this township prides itself in protecting the environment. And I think there's a lot of reasons and a lot of places we could go on this. And there have been some great ideas. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through last point, do we need to, as this was raised, do we need to have a 2/3, or are we sufficient staff's going to come back with something?
Deputy
I'd
Clerk,
have no
I think
problem being
this is
formal with this.
possibly calling for a resolution
Right.
to ask staff to do some more thinking on this. Do we get a general agreement around that that's worth considering? Am I seeing a nodding of yes? All right, so I think our very efficient and effective deputy clerk has already cranked up something for us. And we'll just wait for a minute for that.
That was my lawyer bag.
You could get the court.
Every time.
No.
I have a very special family. She's limited and intellectual, and he's just a very. And I gotta tell you, the fireworks, it was just incredibly sad to watch, because this poor guy, the ground is shaking, he's running.
Thank you.
Here's the draft resolution that we need 2/3 to approve. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that staff be directed to review the fireworks bylaw and report back to a future planning committee meeting with options to address concerns raised at the July 17th, 2025 planning committee meeting. Is that clear enough to everybody? And does it capture everything, Councillor Burry?
Thank you. I think that's excellent. Thank you for that. I'd like to, as part of the staff, if we can find out what some of the other municipalities that have tourists, other cottage country municipalities. I'm pretty sure the city of Toronto's clamped down hard, but I'm not sure that we want to compare ourselves to that. But having an understanding of where some of the other municipalities may have gone, I think will help educate our decisions as we move forward.
Very well. Any other comments? Let me call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
50% from direct from the city.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah.
What's this? No, we've got
Turn the resolutions.
Delegated stuff. Yeah. Do we get reports on this staff delegated approvals, or is that just a number? All right, committee. This is our final resolution. If we could have full attention here. Staff delegate.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Director Huff would like to inform us a little bit on the Ontario Land Tribunal status update. Thank you.
Thank you. So just this morning, we did receive a recent decision on an OLT matter. Sorry, actually, this is a Superior Court matter, and this relates to a building permit that was refused. You may recognize it in the name of Evans. It relates to 2 islands located on Lake Joseph. So I'm not personally very familiar, of course, staff are, with that particular application. It had to do most importantly to the septic permit that was being considered, and a discrepancy. Not a discrepancy, the difference between a code requirement and the additional requirements for separation distances for our septic systems that's found in our zoning bylaw. And so interestingly enough, the decision from Superior Court upheld the refusal of the building permit, but the appeal about the refusal of the septic permit was allowed. And so as I mentioned, this has only just come to us this morning, so I would say that staff have not had the time necessary to go through this, but it's important enough that we are going to be speaking to our lawyers about the implications of this, because it does have an impact on potentially the zoning bylaw and any updates we may have to do. So we'll be speaking to a lawyer about the implications of that decision, and if there is any merit to further considering it for appeal. Yes, please. Thank you.
CEO Pink?
Thank you. It was an excellent summary, but in fairness, I know you weren't here at the time of the application. What committee members may recall, it was an undersized island in a zoning application that was before this committee. I believe it was this term, but a few years ago now. And at issue was the legal, there was a question about the legal non-conforming status of a residence above a boathouse on that said island. So the decision from the Superior Court upheld the decision that there was not a residence or a legal non-conforming residential use, so the township was successful on that aspect. However, as Director Huff noted, the court found that the municipality is not permitted to impose greater setbacks on septic systems than the Ontario Building Code. So that has potentially fairly substantial implications moving forward. So you may see some further discussion on that from staff, but as we said, we just received this, so we will digest, speak to our solicitor, and we may be reporting back to committee.
Any questions on that topic? Very well. Final resolution of the day. Be it resolved. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Mayor Kelly. Be it resolved that the planning committee meeting adjourn at 2:25 p.m. and that the next regular planning committee meeting will be held on Thursday, August the 14th, 2025 at 9 a.m. via an electronically and in-person hybrid format from the council chambers in the beautiful downtown of municipal office in beautiful downtown Port Carling, Ontario. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much.